The Power of Not Reacting: How to Control Your Emotions. Written and published by Elevate Book. Everything you've been told about controlling your emotions is wrong. Let me say that again. Everything you've been told about controlling your emotions is a complete lie. You've been told to think positive. You've been told to count to 10. You've been told to take deep breaths and let it go. And where has that gotten you? You're still snapping at your partner over dirty dishes. You're still sending emails in anger that damage your career. You're still replaying arguments in your mind at 3 in the morning, crafting perfect comebacks to words spoken hours ago. Here's the brutal truth no one wants to face. Your inability to control your emotional reactions isn't a minor character flaw. It's not something that will fix itself with age. Right now, this very moment, your reactive patterns are destroying relationships you care about. They're capping your earning potential. They're teaching your children to be emotional slaves. They're stealing your peace, your sleep, your health, and your future. Every time you react without thinking, you're handing control of your life to someone else. Your boss who criticizes you, your spouse who knows exactly which buttons to push, the stranger who cuts you off in traffic. They don't control you because they're powerful. They control you because you've never learned the most important skill a human being can possess: the power of not reacting. I'm going to show you something that will fundamentally change your life. Not inspire you, not motivate you. Actually change the wiring in your brain and the trajectory of your entire existence. Because there is a way to completely rewire how you respond to the world. There's a system that transforms you from a puppet whose strings anyone can pull into someone with unshakable emotional control. And it starts now.
Chapter 1: The Hidden Cost, the price you are paying right now. You think you know what your reactive emotions are costing you. You don't. Not even close. You count the obvious costs: the argument with your partner last Tuesday, the tense moment in the meeting when you got defensive, the stress you felt in traffic. These are the visible costs, and they're nothing compared to what's actually happening. Let me paint a picture of what reactive emotions are really stealing from you. It's Sunday night. You had an argument with your mother yesterday. She made a comment about your parenting. That familiar hot flush went through your body. You said something sharp. She got quiet. The visit ended awkwardly. Now it's 24 hours later, and you're still having the argument. In the shower, making dinner, lying in bed. Your mind is crafting better responses, building a case for why you were right, imagining what you'll say next time you see her. What you don't realize is that every time you replay that conversation, you're re-experiencing the stress response. Your cortisol levels spike, your blood pressure rises, your digestion slows, your immune system weakens. You think you're just thinking, but your body is paying a physical price. This isn't metaphorical. This is measurable biological damage. Studies show that people who ruminate after stressful events experience stress hormone elevation for hours or even days after the actual event. You're not experiencing one stressful moment. You're experiencing it 50 times, 100 times. Your body doesn't know the difference between the real argument and the mental replay. It responds to both with the same fight or flight cascade. Here's what you don't realize. That argument with your mother happened once. Your reaction to it is happening continuously. You are creating and recreating your own suffering on an endless loop. And while your mind is occupied with yesterday's argument, you're not present for your child's question. You're distant during dinner. You're irritable when your partner asks a simple question. Your reaction to one event is now damaging multiple relationships. But it goes deeper, much deeper. Every reactive pattern you have is a neural pathway in your brain. Every time you react the same way to the same trigger, you strengthen that pathway. Neuroscientists call this long-term potentiation. The more you use a neural pathway, the stronger it becomes. The stronger it becomes, the more automatically it fires. You spent years, maybe decades, strengthening your reactive pathways. getting defensive when criticized, becoming anxious when things feel uncertain, flaring up when you feel disrespected. These aren't just habits. They're superhighways in your brain that fire automatically, faster than your conscious mind can intercept them. This is why trying harder doesn't work. This is why you can know better and still do worse. You're not lacking willpower. You're fighting against neural pathways that have become so strong they activate before your conscious awareness even knows what's happening. Let me show you how this plays out in your life right now. You're in a meeting. Someone challenges your idea. Before you've consciously processed what they said, your amygdala has already flagged it as a threat. Your heart rate increases. Your muscles tense. Stress hormones flood your bloodstream. Your prefrontal cortex, the part of your brain responsible for rational thinking and impulse control, starts to go offline. This happens in milliseconds. By the time you're aware of feeling defensive, your brain has already prepared your body for a fight. Your voice has an edge you don't intend. Your body language has closed off. The words coming out of your mouth are sharper than you want them to be. You can feel yourself doing it. You might even be thinking, "Don't do this," while you're doing it. But you can't stop because the reaction is already in motion. Afterwards, you feel terrible. You tell yourself you'll do better next time. But here's the devastating truth. You've just strengthened that exact neural pathway again. The pattern of being challenged, feeling threatened, and reacting defensively just got reinforced. Next time, it will fire even faster, even stronger. This is the hidden cost. You're not just experiencing temporary discomfort. You're literally rewiring your brain to become more reactive. Every reaction makes the next reaction more likely, more automatic, more powerful. Look at your relationships. Really look at them. How many times do you have the same argument with the same person? How many times have you said, "We always fight about this"? That's not coincidence. That's pattern recognition. You've both developed complementary reactive patterns. Their behavior triggers your reaction. Your reaction triggers theirs. You're locked in a dance neither of you chose consciously, but both of you perform perfectly every single time. Your partner doesn't do that thing to make you angry, but your brain has learned that this behavior is threat. It responds automatically. They see your reaction, and their brain labels it as a threat. They respond automatically. Two unconscious reactive patterns feeding each other in an endless loop. The cost isn't just that you argue. The cost is that with every repetition, you're both becoming more entrenched in the pattern. The neural pathways get stronger. The reactions get faster. The ability to interrupt the pattern gets weaker. You're not just damaging today's interaction, you're making every future interaction harder. Here's what most people never realize. Your emotional reactions are training everyone around you how to manipulate you. This isn't conscious manipulation. This is basic pattern recognition. Your child learns that whining works when you're stressed, but not when you're calm. Your boss learns that certain approaches get you defensive while others get you compliant. Your partner learns which topics to avoid and which words trigger you. You think you're just being yourself. You're actually teaching the people around you exactly which buttons to push and which to avoid. You're turning yourself into a predictable machine. Input A creates output B every single time. The professional cost is staggering. Research shows that emotional intelligence is a better predictor of career success than IQ. The ability to manage your emotional reactions determines whether you're seen as a leadership material or a liability. Every time you react defensively to feedback, you're signaling that you can't handle pressure. Every time you visibly stress in a crisis, you're demonstrating that you're not executive material. You might be brilliant, you might be hardworking, but if you're reactive, you're capped. There's a ceiling above you that you'll never break through, and it has nothing to do with your technical skills. It has everything to do with the fact that leaders need to be unshakable. They need to remain calm when everyone else is panicking. They need to think clearly when everyone else is reacting emotionally. Your reactivity is advertising to everyone above you that you're not ready for more responsibility. And the cruel irony is that you probably don't even realize you're doing it. You think you're standing up for yourself. You think you're being passionate. You think you're showing you care. What they see is someone who can't control themselves. But here's what devastates me most: the cost to your children. Your kids are watching you. Every single day they're learning from you how to handle emotions. When someone cuts you off in traffic and you explode, they're learning that anger is the appropriate response to minor inconveniences. When you stress eat after a hard day, they're learning to use food for emotional regulation. When you give them the silent treatment when you're upset, they're learning that emotional withdrawal is how you handle conflict. You're not teaching them what you tell them. You're teaching them what you show them. And what you're showing them is that emotions are powerful forces that control us, that when you feel something strongly, you react, that other people's behavior determines your emotional state, that you're a victim of your feelings rather than the master of them. This is the legacy you're creating, not intentionally, not consciously, but absolutely certainly. The hidden cost of reactivity isn't just what it takes from you today. It's who you're preventing from becoming. It's the relationships you'll never have because people learn they have to walk on eggshells around you. It's the opportunities you'll never receive because you're seen as a volatile. It's the peace you'll never experience because your mind is constantly replaying and rehearsing emotional drama. It's the health problems you'll develop because your body is marinating in stress hormones. It's the person you could have been if you weren't a slave to your reactions.
Every day you spend reactive is a day you'll never get back. Every interaction you pollute with unconscious emotional reactions is gone forever. You can't get that meeting back. You can't unsay those words. You can't undo the flinch your child saw in your face. This is critical. This is everything. Most people will spend their entire lives controlled by emotional reactions they never chose. They'll damage countless relationships. They'll create suffering for themselves and everyone around them. They'll never experience the peace and power that comes from true emotional mastery. But you're going to be different because now you see the real cost. And once you see it, truly see it, you can't unsee it. The question isn't whether you're paying this cost. You are. The question is whether you're going to continue paying it or whether today is the day you decide that enough is enough.
Chapter 2. Why You're Wired to Fail. The neuroscience of reactivity. Your brain is working exactly as designed. That's the problem. Let me explain something that changes everything. You think you're reacting to what's happening now. You're not. You're reacting to threats that existed 200,000 years ago. Your brain hasn't received the software update informing it that you're not actually going to die if your boss criticizes your work. The amygdala, a small almond-shaped structure deep in your brain, is your smoke detector. It's scanning everything in your environment for potential threats. This was incredibly useful when those threats were predators and hostile tribes. It kept your ancestors alive long enough to reproduce. The ones with hair-trigger amygdalas survived. The ones who stopped to think about whether that sound in the bushes was dangerous became lunch. You're descended from the paranoid ones, the reactive ones, the ones whose brain said, assume threat, react fast, ask questions later. This served humanity brilliantly for millennia. It's serving you terribly now. Here's why you're wired to fail at emotional control. Your amygdala processes information about 40 milliseconds faster than your prefrontal cortex. Let me translate that. The part of your brain that detects threats and triggers reactions is faster than the part that thinks rationally and controls impulses, by design. When someone says something that your brain interprets as threatening, your amygdala has already initiated the stress response before your prefrontal cortex even knows what was said. It's literally impossible for you to think your way out of the reaction because the reaction starts before thinking happens. Neuroscientist Joseph Ledoux discovered something fascinating. There are two pathways for sensory information coming into your brain. The low road goes straight to the amygdala. It's fast, but imprecise. The high road goes to the prefrontal cortex for processing. It's accurate, but slower. When you see something that might be a snake, the low road sends an instant signal to your amygdala. Fear response triggers. You jump back. Milliseconds later, the high road delivers the accurate information to your prefrontal cortex. It's a stick. But you've already jumped. The amygdala doesn't wait for accuracy. It optimizes for speed. In the wild, this was perfect. Better to jump away from 10 sticks than fail to jump away from one snake.
The cost of false positives was wasted energy. The cost of a false negative was death. Your brain evolved to err on the side of caution, to react first and verify later. In your modern life, this same system is catastrophically mismatched to your environment. Your amygdala can't tell the difference between a genuine threat to your survival and a threat to your ego. It can't distinguish between physical danger and social discomfort. It labels them all as threats and initiates the same fight-or-flight response. Your boss criticizes your work. Your amygdala flags it as a threat. Why? Because in your ancestral environment, being rejected by the group meant death. Humans are tribal creatures. For most of human history, if you were kicked out of your tribe, you died. Alone in the wilderness without the protection and resources of the group, you didn't last long. So your brain evolved to treat social threats with the same seriousness as physical threats. Criticism, rejection, disrespect, exclusion. Your amygdala responds to all of these as if they're life-threatening, because for your ancestors, they were. When your amygdala detects a threat, it does three things simultaneously. First, it sends a signal to your hypothalamus to initiate the stress response. Second, it enhances your sensory processing so you can detect additional threats. Third, it creates a powerful emotional memory so you'll remember and avoid this threat in the future. Your hypothalamus activates your sympathetic nervous system. Your adrenal glands dump cortisol and adrenaline into your bloodstream. Your heart rate increases to pump blood to your muscles. Your breathing becomes rapid and shallow to increase oxygen. Your pupils dilate to improve vision. Blood flow redirects from your digestive system and prefrontal cortex to your large muscle groups. This is brilliant if you need to fight or run. This is devastating if you need to think clearly and respond appropriately. Because here's the critical part. When your prefrontal cortex is deprived of optimal blood flow, it doesn't work properly. The very part of your brain you need to control your reaction is being systematically disabled by the stress response. This is why you can't think straight when you're angry. This is why you say things in heated moments that you'd never say calmly. This is why you make terrible decisions when you're stressed. Your decision-making hardware is literally going offline. Studies using functional MRI scans show that when the amygdala is highly activated, activity in the prefrontal cortex decreases. The more emotional you are, the less rational you can be. It's not a character flaw. It's neurobiology. But it gets worse. Your amygdala is a learning machine. Every time you react to something, your amygdala creates or strengthens a memory association. This thing equals threat. Next time it encounters that trigger, it reacts even faster, even stronger. This is called emotional conditioning. Pavlov did this with dogs and bells. Your amygdala does this with every experience you have. Your father yelled when you forgot things as a child. Your amygdala learned that forgetting equals danger. Now, decades later, when you forget something, you feel a wave of anxiety before you've even consciously remembered why. Your amygdala remembers, and it's trying to protect you from a threat that no longer exists. Let me show you how insidious this becomes. You have a bad experience with someone named Jennifer in 3rd grade. She embarrassed you in front of the class. Your amygdala encoded that memory with strong emotion. Years later, you meet a new Jennifer. You don't trust her. You can't articulate why. You just have a feeling. That's your amygdala pattern matching. Same name equals possible threat. React with caution. This happens below your conscious awareness. You think you're making rational assessments about people and situations. Often, you're just following ancient pattern matching algorithms designed to keep you alive in an environment that no longer exists. Here's the devastating compounding effect. Your amygdala doesn't just react to real threats. It reacts to imagined ones. When you replay yesterday's argument in your mind, your amygdala responds as if it's happening now. When you worry about tomorrow's presentation, your amygdala initiates a stress response to something that hasn't happened and might never happen. Your prefrontal cortex knows the difference between reality and imagination. Your amygdala doesn't care. Threat is threat, whether it's happening, happened, or might happen. This is why worry and rumination are so toxic. You're triggering your own stress response repeatedly for events that exist only in your mind. Research by Janice Kiecolt-Glaser at Ohio State University showed that people who ruminate after stressful events have elevated cortisol levels for hours after the event. They're creating new stress from old events. They're damaging their health, worrying about things that are already over. Your brain has another feature working against you, the negativity bias. Your amygdala responds more strongly to negative stimuli than positive stimuli. Studies show you need approximately 5 positive interactions to counterbalance 1 negative interaction. Your brain is literally weighted to notice, remember, and react more strongly to threats than to opportunities. Why? Because the cost of missing an opportunity was missing a meal. The cost of missing a threat was being the meal. Natural selection favored the pessimists. The optimists who didn't worry enough didn't survive to pass on their genes. You're descended from worriers. This manifests in your daily life in devastating ways. Your boss gives you positive feedback on 9 things and suggests improvement on 1 thing. What do you think about on the drive home? What keeps you up that night? The one criticism. Not because you're broken, because your brain is doing exactly what it evolved to do, prioritizing threat detection over everything else. Your amygdala also has a hair trigger for certain categories of threats. Anything that signals social rejection, anything that threatens your status, anything that creates uncertainty. These were survival critical issues for your ancestors, so your brain treats them as emergencies. Someone questions your competence in a meeting, amygdala activation. Someone doesn't text you back, amygdala activation. Your schedule changes unexpectedly, amygdala activation. None of these are actual threats to your survival, but your brain hasn't evolved to make that distinction. Here's the mechanism that makes you feel powerless. The speed difference between your amygdala and your prefrontal cortex means that by the time you're consciously aware you're having an emotional reaction, the reaction is already well underway. You feel your heart racing. You notice your jaw is clenched. You hear the edge in your voice. You're not choosing these responses. You're becoming aware of them after they've already started. This creates the illusion that your emotions control you, that you're a passenger rather than a driver. And if you believe that, you're right. Not because it's true, but because believing it makes it true. If you think you can't control your reactions, you won't develop the skills to control them. You'll keep reacting automatically, which will reinforce your belief that you're powerless, which will prevent you from trying to change. But here's where hope enters. Everything I've just described is your default programming. It's what happens automatically when you don't intervene. But your brain has capabilities your amygdala knows nothing about.
Your prefrontal cortex can regulate your amygdala. It can literally inhibit the stress response. Studies using brain imaging show that when people consciously label their emotions, activity in the prefrontal cortex increases, and activity in the amygdala decreases. The simple act of naming what you're feeling begins to calm the emotional response. Your brain has neuroplasticity, the ability to create new neural pathways and weaken old ones. You're not stuck with your current reactive patterns. You can rewire them, but not by accident, not by trying harder, by understanding the mechanism and working with it instead of against it. You're wired to fail at emotional control only if you rely on your factory settings. Your amygdala will always be faster than your prefrontal cortex. You can't change that. But you can train yourself to recognize the early warning signs of amygdala activation. You can create space between trigger and response. You can strengthen the neural pathways for regulation until they become as automatic as your current reactive patterns. This is critical. Most people will never understand this. They'll spend their entire lives believing they're victims of their emotions. They'll say things like, "I can't help it, that's just how I am," or "they made me angry." They're describing their default programming and calling it identity. You're not your amygdala. You're not your reactive patterns. You're the awareness that can observe them. And that awareness, combined with the right training, can change everything.
The neuroscience isn't your enemy. It's your instruction manual. Once you understand why you're wired to fail, you can design a system that works with your wiring instead of fighting it. You can't eliminate your amygdala. You wouldn't want to, but you can train your prefrontal cortex to be the adult in the room when your amygdala is screaming that the sky is falling.
Chapter 3. The Levels of Mastery. From Unconscious Reactivity to Emotional Freedom. There are 5 levels of emotional control. Most people never make it past level 2. You're going to understand all 5, and more importantly, you're going to know exactly where you are and how to progress. This isn't theory. This is the actual progression every person goes through on the path from emotional slavery to emotional mastery. Understanding these levels changes everything because it shows you that where you are now isn't where you're stuck. It's just where you are. Level 1 is unconscious reactivity. This is where most people live their entire lives. At this level, you don't even realize you're being reactive. Something happens, you react, and you believe your reaction is justified, necessary, inevitable. Someone cuts you off in traffic. You experience a flash of rage. You honk, you might yell, you might tailgate them. To you, this isn't a choice. This is the natural response to what they did. They cut you off, so of course you're angry. In your mind, your emotion is caused by their action. You have no awareness that you're choosing this response. This is the most dangerous level because you don't know you're in prison. You think your emotional reactions are facts about the world rather than choices you're making. You say things like, "You made me angry," or "They're so frustrating," or "This situation is stressful." You're placing the cause of your emotional state outside yourself. At level 1, you're completely identified with your emotions. When you feel angry, you are angry. There's no separation between the emotion and your sense of self. The emotion is happening to you, and you have no choice but to experience it and express it. People at level 1 do tremendous damage to their relationships and their lives, but they genuinely don't understand why. They blame other people for their reactions. If only everyone else would behave correctly, they wouldn't get upset. They're waiting for the world to change so they can feel better. Here's what's devastating about level 1. You're not just reacting, you're defending your right to react. Someone suggests you overreacted, and you explain in detail why your reaction was justified. You build elaborate arguments for why anyone in your situation would have done the same thing. You collect allies who agree that yes, that person was terrible. Yes, you had every right to be upset. You're cementing the pattern. Every time you justify a reaction, you strengthen the neural pathway that created it. You're literally training yourself to be more reactive while believing you're standing up for yourself. Level 2 is conscious reactivity. This is where you first wake up to what's actually happening. At this level, you react, but then you realize you've reacted. You say something sharp, and even as the words are leaving your mouth, part of you is thinking, "Don't say that." You feel the anger rising, and you know it's disproportionate to the situation, but you can't stop it. This level is frustrating because you have awareness, but not control. You see yourself doing the thing you don't want to do. You might even tell yourself, "Don't do it," while you're doing it. Afterward, you feel regret, you apologize, you promise yourself you'll do better next time. Then next time comes, and the same pattern plays out. Level 2 is where most self-aware people get stuck. They read books about emotional intelligence. They understand conceptually that they should respond differently. They genuinely want to change. But understanding isn't the same as ability. Knowledge isn't the same as skill. At level 2, you're at war with yourself. Part of you wants to react. Part of you knows you shouldn't. The part that wants to react is connected to powerful neural pathways and millions of years of evolution. The part that knows better is your prefrontal cortex, trying to fight the tide with logic. Logic loses almost every time. People spend decades at level 2. They become experts at apologizing. They develop elaborate explanations for their behavior. They might even go to therapy and gain deep insights into why they react the way they do. They can trace their patterns back to childhood. They understand the psychology.
but they still react. Here's why level 2 is so sticky. You've added awareness without adding capability. You see the problem clearly, which makes you feel like you should be able to solve it. When you can't, you conclude something is deeply wrong with you. You develop shame about your reactivity, which creates more stress, which makes you more reactive. You're in a spiral. But level 2 is actually progress, massive progress. You can't change what you can't see. Awareness is the essential first step. The problem is that most people think awareness alone should be sufficient. It's not. You need tools and training, not just insight. Level 3 is the creation of space. This is where the transformation really begins. At this level, you start to catch yourself earlier in the reactive process. You feel the trigger, you notice the surge of emotion, and you create a pause before you act on it. This pause is everything. This is the gap between stimulus and response that Viktor Frankl wrote about. This is where your power lives, not in never having emotional reactions, but in creating space between the reaction and your behavior. At level 3, you develop what I call the observer perspective. You can feel anger rising and simultaneously think, I'm feeling angry right now. That's different from, I am angry. It's a subtle distinction with profound implications. One is identification, one is observation. When you can observe your emotion rather than being consumed by it, you've created the space necessary for choice. The emotion is still there. You're not suppressing it or denying it, but you're not acting from it automatically. You're experiencing it while also accessing the part of your brain that can make conscious decisions.
This is where techniques become crucial. At level 3, you're implementing specific practices to create and expand that space. You might use the STOP method. Stop, take a breath, observe what you're feeling, proceed consciously. This simple acronym gives your prefrontal cortex time to come online. You might practice the technique of labeling. When you feel anger rising, you silently name it. This is anger. I'm feeling anger right now. Research by UCLA neuroscientist Matthew Lieberman shows that the simple act of putting feelings into words activates the prefrontal cortex and reduces activity in the amygdala. Labeling literally calms the emotional response. At level 3, you're not perfect. You still react sometimes, but you're catching yourself earlier. The pause is getting longer. You're responding consciously more often than you're reacting automatically. You're building new neural pathways, and they're starting to compete with the old ones. This level requires practice. Daily practice. You don't develop the ability to create space under pressure unless you practice creating space when there is no pressure. You train in peacetime so the skills are available in wartime. Level 4 is conscious response. At this level, the pause has become natural. Your default is no longer automatic reaction. Your default is conscious choice about how to respond. Someone criticizes your work. You feel the defensive reaction starting, but it doesn't grab you. You observe it. You feel the sensation in your body. You notice the thoughts arising. And then you choose. Maybe you ask a clarifying question. Maybe you thank them for the feedback. Maybe you take a moment to consider whether there's truth in what they're saying. You're not suppressing the defensive reaction. You're not pretending you don't feel it. You're feeling it fully while not being controlled by it. The emotion is data, not dictator. It's giving you information about your internal state, but it's not making your decisions. At level 4, you've rewired your brain. The neural pathways for conscious response are now stronger than the pathways for automatic reaction. It's become easier to pause than to react. Your prefrontal cortex has developed the capacity to regulate your amygdala consistently. People at level 4 have a quality that's hard to define, but impossible to miss. They're unshakable. Not because nothing bothers them, but because they don't let what bothers them control their behavior. They can be in the middle of a crisis and remain calm.
Not fake calm, real calm. They've trained their nervous system to maintain equilibrium under pressure. This is where you become truly powerful in your relationships and your career. People trust you because you're predictable, in the best sense. They know you won't explode. They know you can handle difficult conversations. They know that even when you're upset, you'll engage constructively. Leaders operate at level 4. Think about the people you most respect, the ones you trust in a crisis. They have this quality. They don't fall apart when things go wrong. They don't lash out when they're criticized. They remain centered when everyone else is losing their minds. But there's a level beyond this. A level most people don't even know exists. Level 5 is transformation. At this level, you don't just manage your emotional reactions, you transform them. You've developed the ability to alchemize negative emotions into fuel for growth. Someone disrespects you. At level 1, you rage. At level 2, you rage and then regret it. At level 3, you pause and choose not to rage. At level 4, you respond constructively without effort. At level 5, you feel the disrespect, and instead of it triggering defensiveness, it triggers curiosity. What's happening for them that they're showing up this way? What can I learn from this interaction? How can I use this moment to practice even deeper presence? This isn't spiritual bypassing. This isn't pretending negative emotions are positive. This is the genuine transmutation that becomes possible when you've mastered levels 3 and 4. The same emotional energy that used to fuel reactivity now fuels awareness, growth, and compassion. At level 5, you've transcended the victim mentality entirely. Nothing that happens to you is happening to you. It's all just happening. You're experiencing it, learning from it, and choosing your response based on who you want to be, not how you feel in the moment. People at level 5 have a presence that changes rooms. They emit a kind of calm that affects everyone around them. When they're in a tense meeting, the temperature of the room drops. Not because they're controlling others, but because they're so completely non-reactive that it gives others permission to relax. This is mastery. This is what becomes possible when you commit to the path. But here's what you need to understand. You don't skip levels. You can't jump from level 1 to level 5 by reading a book or attending a seminar. You progress through each level by doing the work required at that level. If you're at level 1, your work is developing awareness. Start noticing your reactions. Don't try to change them yet. Just see them. Catch yourself after you've reacted and replay what happened. What triggered you? How did your body feel? What thoughts arose? Build the observer muscle. If you're at level 2, your work is developing techniques. Learn and practice specific methods for creating space. Implement the stop method. Practice labeling emotions. Take the pause breaks I'll teach you. Build the capability that will move you to level 3. If you're at level 3, your work is consistency. Keep practicing the techniques until they become automatic. The pause that requires effort today will become effortless with repetition. You're building new neural pathways. Give them time to strengthen. If you're at level 4, your work is refinement. Take your skills into more challenging environments. Practice under higher pressure. Test yourself in the situations that used to break you. Expand your capacity. If you're at level 5, your work is embodiment and teaching. Live this mastery. Be the example. Help others find their way up the levels. Most people never consciously think about these levels. They react at level 1 or level 2 and assume that's just who they are. They don't realize there's a progression available. They don't know that level 5 exists. But you know now. And knowing changes everything. You can't unsee this map. Now you have a choice. You can stay where you are, or you can commit to the climb. One level at a time, one practice at a time, one reaction transformed into conscious response at a time. This is the path.
This is how you go from being controlled by your emotions to being in complete command of them, not by denying them, not by suppressing them, by developing the awareness and skills necessary to experience them fully while choosing your response consciously. The question isn't whether you can reach level 5. You can. The question is whether you're willing to do what it takes to get there.
Chapter 4. Immediate Action Method. The STOP System. You need a system you can use right now. Not a theory, not a concept. A practical, implementable method that works in the moment when your amygdala is screaming and your prefrontal cortex is going offline. I'm going to give you that system. It's called STOP, and it's the most powerful immediate intervention tool you will ever learn. This isn't something to think about. This is something to do the next time you feel yourself getting triggered. STOP stands for stop, take a breath, observe, proceed. 4 steps. Simple enough to remember when you're emotional. Powerful enough to completely change the trajectory of your reaction. Let me break this down in detail, because the difference between knowing this system and mastering it is the difference between staying stuck at level 2 and progressing to level 3 and beyond. S. Stop. The moment you feel a trigger, you stop. Physically stop. Stop talking, stop moving, stop whatever you're doing. This sounds absurdly simple. It's also incredibly difficult because every fiber of your reactive programming is screaming at you to act immediately. Someone says something that triggers you. Your mouth wants to open. Words are forming. Your body is tensing to deliver them. This is the critical moment. Everything hinges on whether you can interrupt that automatic program. The stop doesn't have to be dramatic. You don't need to announce it. You don't need to explain it. You simply pause. In a conversation, this might look like a momentary silence before you respond. In a meeting, it might look like you closing your notebook and sitting back in your chair. In an argument with your partner, it might look like you taking a physical step backward. The physical component is crucial. Your emotions live in your body. When you're triggered, you can feel it. Tight chest, clenched jaw, raised shoulders, heat in your face. These physical sensations are both the result of the stress response and the fuel for continued reactivity. When you stop physically, you interrupt the feedback loop. Research by Amy Cuddy at Harvard shows that body position affects emotional state. When you change your physical posture, you change your neurochemistry. The simple act of stopping and shifting your body begins to calm the stress response. Here's what most people get wrong. They think the stop needs to feel natural or comfortable. It doesn't. It feels forced. It feels artificial. It feels like you're interrupting yourself, because you are. You're interrupting decades of automatic programming. Of course it feels weird. Do it anyway. The stop creates a micro gap, a fraction of a second where automatic reaction pauses. That gap is everything. That gap is where your prefrontal cortex gets a chance to come online. That gap is where choice lives. T. Take a breath. Not just any breath, a specific breath. A deep diaphragmatic breath that activates your parasympathetic nervous system and begins to counter the stress response. Here's how you do it. Breathe in through your nose for a count of 4. Your belly should expand, not just your chest. Hold for a count of 4. Exhale through your mouth for a count of 6. The exhale is longer than the inhale. This is critical. Why does this work? Your autonomic nervous system has 2 branches. The sympathetic branch activates the stress response, fight or flight. The parasympathetic branch activates the rest and digest response, calm and restoration. When one is activated, it suppresses the other. Your amygdala has activated your sympathetic nervous system. Your heart is racing. Stress hormones are flooding your system. You can't think your way out of this state because the thinking part of your brain is compromised, but you can breathe your way out of it. The long exhale activates your vagus nerve, which is the primary pathway of the parasympathetic nervous system. Studies show that slow, deep breathing with extended exhalation reduces heart rate,
lowers blood pressure, and decreases cortisol levels. This isn't metaphorical relaxation. This is measurable physiological change. One breath won't completely reverse the stress response, but one breath begins the reversal. It signals to your body that you're safe, that there's no saber-toothed tiger, that you don't need to fight or flee. Your nervous system starts to shift from emergency mode to normal operating mode. Here's what's beautiful about the breath. It's always available. You can't always leave a stressful situation. You can't always control what other people say or do, but you can always take a breath. No one can stop you. No situation prevents it. It's the one tool that's available in every circumstance. The breath also gives your prefrontal cortex time. Remember, your amygdala is faster than your rational mind. It gets a head start. The breath creates a delay. While you're breathing, your prefrontal cortex is coming online. The part of your brain that can think clearly, consider consequences, and make conscious choices is waking up. Practice this breath right now. Stop reading, breathe in for 4 counts, hold for 4, exhale for 6. Feel what happens in your body. Notice the shift. This is the tool you'll use in the moment when everything feels urgent and reactive. O. Observe. This is where the real power lives. While you're stopped and breathing, you observe what's happening inside you. Not what's happening outside. What's happening inside. You observe the physical sensations. My chest is tight. My jaw is clenched. My hands are making fists. I feel heat in my face. You're not judging these sensations. You're not trying to change them. You're simply noticing them with curiosity. You observe the emotion. I'm feeling angry right now. I'm feeling defensive. I'm feeling scared. Again, you're not judging, you're naming. The simple act of labeling the emotion begins to calm the amygdala. Studies by UCLA's Matthew Lieberman using fMRI scans show that when people label their emotions, activity in the amygdala decreases while activity in the prefrontal cortex increases. You're creating what psychologists call metacognition, thinking about your thinking, awareness of your awareness. This is the observer perspective I mentioned earlier. You shift from being the anger to observing the anger, from I am furious to I'm noticing that I'm experiencing fury. This distinction is everything. When you're identified with the emotion, you are it. It controls you completely. When you're observing the emotion, there's a you that's separate from it, a you that can feel it without being controlled by it. You also observe your thoughts. What story am I telling myself right now? What am I making this mean? Your amygdala doesn't react to objective reality. It reacts to your interpretation of reality. Someone criticizes you. That's a fact. The story you tell yourself about what that criticism means triggers the emotional reaction. Maybe your story is, they don't respect me. Maybe it's, I'm not good enough. Maybe it's, they're trying to undermine me. These stories are almost always distortions, catastrophizing, mind reading, black and white thinking. Your triggered brain doesn't think clearly. It thinks protectively. When you observe your thoughts, you create distance from them. You notice that they're thoughts, not facts. You see the story you're constructing, and when you see it clearly, you can question it. Is this story true? What else might be true? What would I think about this situation if I wasn't triggered? The observation step is where you reclaim your power. You're no longer controlled by unconscious reactions. You're witnessing them. And in witnessing them, you're activating the part of your brain that can regulate them. P. Proceed. Now you choose. Consciously choose how to respond, not based on your reactive impulse, but based on who you want to be and what outcome you want to create. This is where values become critical. In the heat of the moment, you need a North Star, something that guides your choice when everything feels chaotic. Your values are that North Star. Maybe your value is integrity. If I respond from this triggered place, will I be acting with integrity? Maybe your value is love. If I say what I'm about to say, am I acting from love? Maybe your value is effectiveness. Will this response create the outcome I actually want? You ask yourself a powerful question. What would the person I want to become do in this situation? Not what do I feel like doing? What would my highest self do? What would the level 5 version of me do? This isn't about being perfect. This is about being conscious. Maybe you proceed by continuing the conversation with a measured response. Maybe you proceed by saying, I need a moment to think about this. Maybe you proceed by excusing yourself to take a longer break. Maybe you proceed by acknowledging the emotion directly. I'm noticing I'm feeling defensive right now. Give me a second. The point isn't which response you choose. The point is that you're choosing consciously instead of reacting automatically. You're not being controlled by the trigger. You're driving. Someone cuts you off. Rage flashes through your system. Your hand moves toward the horn. Instead, you stop. You don't honk. You take a breath. You observe. I'm feeling disrespected. My amygdala thinks this person is a threat to my safety. I'm making this mean something about my status. Then you proceed. You let them go. You adjust your speed. You arrive at your destination in the same amount of time, but without spending the next 20 minutes stewing in anger.
Here's what's critical to understand. Stop doesn't eliminate your emotional reactions. It creates space around them. You still feel angry. You still feel defensive. You still feel frustrated. But you're not being controlled by those feelings. You're experiencing them while maintaining access to your prefrontal cortex. You're keeping your rational brain online while your emotional brain is activated. This is a skill that changes everything. Not the elimination of emotion, but the ability to feel emotion while choosing behavior consciously. The stop method also compounds. The more you use it, the more you trust it. The more you trust it, the more willing you are to use it in higher stakes situations. You start with low stakes practice, traffic, small annoyances, minor triggers. You build a skill. Then when the high stakes situation arrives, the crisis meeting, the serious conflict, the major trigger, the skill is there. You've trained it. Most people do the opposite. They try to implement new skills only in high-pressure situations. It doesn't work. You don't learn to swim by jumping into the deep end during a storm. You practice in shallow water on calm days. Then when the storm comes, the skill is automatic. Practice stops starting today, not when you're massively triggered. When you notice small irritations, the person who talks too long, the website that loads slowly, the minor inconvenience, these are your training ground. Stop, breathe, observe, proceed. Track your practice. Every time you use stop, even imperfectly, you're succeeding. You're building the neural pathway. You're training your nervous system. You're becoming the person who doesn't react automatically. This is the immediate action method. This is what you do right now, today, the next time you feel triggered. Not tomorrow, not when you finish this book, now. Because your brain learns by doing, not by understanding. You can understand stop perfectly and remain completely reactive. Or you can implement stop imperfectly and transform your life. The choice is yours. The method is stop. The time is now. Love what you're hearing? Hit that subscribe button and join our community of audiobook lovers. Your support helps us bring you more amazing stories.
Chapter 5, Advanced Techniques, Mastering the Art of Non-Reaction. Stop is your foundation. Now we build the cathedral. The advanced techniques I'm about to teach you are what separate people who manage their reactions from people who've achieved complete mastery. These aren't for beginners. These are for practitioners who've done the basic work and are ready to go deeper. The 2-second rule. You already know that the gap between trigger and response is where your power lives. The 2-second rule is about systematically expanding that gap until it becomes a canyon. Here's how it works. Whenever you ask someone a question, especially a loaded question or one that triggers defensiveness, you wait 2 full seconds before responding. Not 1 second, 2. Count them internally. 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi. Then speak. 2 seconds feels like an eternity in conversation. Your social conditioning screams at you to fill the silence. Your ego tells you that pausing makes you look weak or uncertain. Your reactive brain wants to defend or explain immediately. Ignore all of it. What happens in those 2 seconds is neurological magic. First, the initial spike of your stress response begins to subside. Your amygdala activated instantly, but if you don't act on that activation, it starts to calm. 2 seconds is enough time for the first wave of neurochemicals to begin processing. Second, your prefrontal cortex comes fully online. Remember, it's slower than your amygdala, but it's more sophisticated. In 2 seconds, it can assess the situation, consider consequences, and access your values. Your rational brain catches up to your emotional brain. Third, and this is subtle but powerful, the 2-second pause changes the dynamic of the interaction. When you pause before responding, you communicate something profound. You're communicating that you're not reactive. You're showing that you think before you speak. You're signaling that you're in control of yourself. People interpret this pause as strength, not weakness. Leaders pause. Reactive people blurt. When you consistently take 2 seconds, people unconsciously register that you're someone who doesn't get rattled easily. Your status actually increases. Practice the 2-second rule in low-stakes conversations first. Your colleague asks you how your weekend was. 2 seconds. Your partner asks you what you want for dinner. 2 seconds. Build the habit when there's no emotional charge. Then, when someone asks a loaded question in a meeting or makes an accusatory statement in an argument, the pause is already trained. The 2-second rule has a counterintuitive benefit. It makes you a better listener. When you're not rushing to respond, you're actually hearing what the other person is saying. Most people are formulating their response while the other person is still talking. They're not listening. They're waiting for their turn to speak. The 2-second pause forces you to listen fully, then think, then respond. Preloaded responses. Your reactive brain is fast because it's using pre-programmed responses. Someone criticizes you, and the defensive response fires automatically because that neural pathway is well worn. You can use this same mechanism intentionally by preloading conscious responses. Here's how this works. You identify your common triggers. For most people, there are patterns: criticism, disrespect, uncertainty, being interrupted, feeling controlled. You know what triggers you. Make a list. For each trigger, you craft a preloaded response, not a scripted speech, a simple go-to phrase that creates space and demonstrates non-reactivity. Then you rehearse it mentally until it's as automatic as your old reactive response. Let's say you get defensive when criticized. Your old automatic response is to explain why the criticism is wrong. Your new preloaded response is, "That's interesting. Tell me more." That's it. 7 words that create space, demonstrate openness, and buy you time to think. Someone interrupts you repeatedly in meetings. Your old automatic response is to get louder or more aggressive to hold the floor. Your new preloaded response is to pause mid-sentence, make eye contact, and calmly say, "I'd like to finish this thought." No aggression, no submission, just clear boundary setting. Someone makes a decision that affects you without consulting you. Your old automatic response is to feel controlled and push back. Your new preloaded response is, "Help me understand the thinking behind this decision." Notice what these preloaded responses have in common. They're all neutral or curious. They don't escalate, they don't submit, they create space for dialogue. They demonstrate that you're not reactive while also maintaining your boundaries. The key is rehearsal. You don't wait until you're triggered to try these responses. You mentally rehearse them. You visualize the triggering situation, you feel the defensive reaction starting, and you imagine yourself delivering the preloaded response calmly. This is mental rehearsal, and it's extraordinarily powerful. Studies of athletes show that mental practice creates the same neural pathways as physical practice. When you vividly imagine performing a skill, you're training your brain to execute that skill.
You're doing the same thing with emotional regulation. You're training your brain to access the preloaded response instead of the reactive response. You're creating a new automatic pathway, one that serves you instead of sabotaging you. Preload 5 responses, 5 situations that commonly trigger you, 5 calm, conscious responses. Rehearse them daily. Visualize the trigger, feel the reaction starting, and practice delivering the preloaded response. Within weeks, those responses will start appearing automatically when you're triggered. The emotional inventory. Most people have no idea what they're actually feeling. They experience a vague sense of upset or stressed or fine. This emotional illiteracy is a massive handicap because you can't regulate what you can't identify. The emotional inventory is a practice that develops sophisticated emotional awareness. Here's how it works. 3 times a day, you stop and ask yourself, what am I feeling right now? Not what are you thinking, what are you feeling? You identify the specific emotion, not just bad, angry, anxious, sad, disappointed, frustrated, overwhelmed, afraid. Each of these emotions has a different quality and often points to different needs. Then you locate the emotion in your body. Where do you feel it? Tight chest, clenched jaw, knot in your stomach, heavy shoulders. Each emotion has a physical signature. Learning to recognize these physical sensations is like learning to read your own internal warning system. Then you rate the intensity on a scale of 1 to 10. This creates granularity. The difference between a 3 anxiety and an 8 anxiety is the difference between I'm slightly nervous and I'm having a panic attack. When you can identify intensity accurately, you can match your regulation strategy to the level of activation. The emotional inventory trains you to be fluent in your own emotional experience. This fluency is critical for advanced non-reactivity because the earlier you can identify an emotion, the easier it is to regulate. If you wait until you're at an 8 or 9 rage to try to regulate, you're fighting an uphill battle. But if you can notice when you're at a 2 or 3 irritation, you can address it before it escalates. You can take a break. You can use your breathing technique. You can deploy a preloaded response. You catch it early. The emotional inventory also reveals patterns. When you track your emotions consistently, you start to see trends. I'm always anxious on Sunday nights before the work week. I get irritable when I'm hungry. I feel overwhelmed when I have too many unscheduled hours. These patterns are valuable data. Once you see them, you can address the root cause instead of just managing the symptoms. Do the emotional inventory 3 times a day for 30 days. Morning, midday, evening. What am I feeling? Where in my body? Intensity 1 to 10. This practice alone will increase your emotional intelligence more than a dozen books on the subject. Strategic vulnerability. This is the most counterintuitive advanced technique, and it's devastatingly effective. When you're triggered and you feel yourself wanting to react defensively, you do the opposite. You become vulnerable. Someone criticizes your work. Your defensive reaction is rising. Instead of defending, you say, you know what? You might be right. I'm feeling defensive right now, which probably means there's something here I need to hear. Walk me through your thinking. This is not weakness. This is advanced mastery. You're acknowledging your emotional reaction while not being controlled by it. You're demonstrating self-awareness. You're inviting dialogue instead of creating conflict. And here's what's remarkable. It completely defuses most tense situations. When you get defensive, the other person gets defensive. When you attack, they counterattack. You're locked in a reactive loop. But when you respond with strategic vulnerability, you break the loop. You've done something they didn't expect. Their defensive programming has nothing to react to. Most people will respond to strategic vulnerability with openness. You've modeled non-defensiveness, and they'll often match it. The conversation that was heading toward conflict pivots toward collaboration.
Strategic vulnerability requires massive internal security.
You have to be okay with not being perfect. You have to be comfortable acknowledging when you're wrong. You have to value truth over being right. This is why it's an advanced technique. It requires a level of ego transcendence that most people haven't developed. But when you can deploy strategic vulnerability, you become almost impossible to derail. People can't trigger you because you're willing to be triggered and acknowledge it openly. You've removed their power to control you because you're not controlled by the need to appear unaffected. Practice strategic vulnerability in low-stakes situations first. Acknowledge small mistakes immediately. You're right, I forgot to do that. When you're wrong about a small fact, admit it instantly. I was wrong about that. Thanks for correcting me. Build your tolerance for being imperfect. Then escalate. When someone points out a real flaw in your work, resist the urge to defend or explain. Say, "That's a good catch. Let me think about how to address that." When someone says something that triggers you, name it. "I'm noticing I'm feeling defensive right now. That probably means I need to pay attention to what you're saying." Strategic vulnerability transforms you from someone who needs to be right into someone who wants to grow. That transformation is visible to everyone around you, and it changes how they relate to you. The energy redirect. Emotional reactions create energy in your body. Adrenaline, cortisol, activation of your nervous system. Most people either express that energy reactively through their behavior or suppress it, which causes internal damage. There's a third option: redirect it. When you feel a strong emotional reaction rising, you can channel that energy into physical activity. This isn't about distraction. This is about giving the energy a productive outlet while your nervous system calms. You feel rage rising. Instead of yelling or internalizing it, you immediately do 20 push-ups, or you take a fast walk, or you do intense breathing exercises. You're using the physical activation the stress response created for intentional physical activity. This works because the fight or flight response prepared your body for physical action. Your muscles are flooded with blood and oxygen. Your heart is pumping. Your system is primed to move. When you move intensely, you're completing the stress cycle. You're doing what your body was prepared to do. Research by Emily and Amelia Nagoski on completing the stress cycle shows that physical movement is one of the most effective ways to metabolize stress hormones. When you exercise after a stress response, you burn off the activation. Your body returns to baseline faster. The energy redirect also creates a natural pause. It's hard to stay intensely angry while you're doing burpees. The physical exertion shifts your mental state. By the time you finish the physical activity, the initial spike of the emotion has passed, and you can think more clearly. This technique is particularly useful for emotions that create intense physical activation: anger, anxiety, frustration. These emotions flood your system with energy. Redirect that energy, and you transform it into something destructive, into something productive. Build this into your regular practice. When you notice intense emotion, move. Take the stairs. Do a quick workout. Go for a run. Give your body what it's asking for. Movement, not reaction. The perspective ladder. This technique creates instant psychological distance from triggering situations by systematically zooming out your perspective. When you're triggered, you're locked in a narrow, egocentric view. The perspective ladder forces you to widen your lens. Someone cuts you off in traffic. You feel rage. Instead of staying locked in, "This person disrespected me," you climb the ladder. First rung. Maybe they didn't see me. Second rung. Maybe they're rushing to an emergency. Third rung. I don't know what's happening in their life. Fourth rung. This will be completely irrelevant to me in an hour. Fifth rung. From the perspective of my entire life, this moment is insignificant. Sixth rung. From the perspective of the universe, this moment doesn't exist. Each rung creates more distance, more perspective, less emotional charge. By the time you're at the sixth rung,
The trigger has lost its power. You're seeing it from such a wide view that your reaction seems absurd. The perspective ladder works because your emotional reactions are based on the meaning you assign to events. When you're locked in a narrow perspective, you assign maximum meaning. This person disrespected me. This situation is terrible. This matters enormously. When you widen your perspective, the meaning changes. This is a small moment in a long life. This person is a stranger I'll never see again. This matters not at all. You can use a perspective ladder for any trigger. Someone criticizes you. Narrow perspective, they think I'm incompetent. Wide perspective, they're sharing one opinion about one piece of work. Even wider, I've received hundreds of pieces of feedback in my career. Even wider, this specific feedback will be forgotten by both of us within a month. Widest, I'm a conscious being having a temporary human experience, and this moment is one of millions I'll have. Practice the perspective ladder when you're calm. Take a recent trigger and deliberately walk through the rungs. Train your brain to access wider perspectives. Then when you're triggered in real time, you can climb the ladder quickly. The practice becomes automatic. These advanced techniques are tools for mastery. STOP is your foundation. These are how you build on that foundation. You don't need to use all of them all the time. You develop a toolkit. Different situations call for different tools. Someone asks a loaded question, 2-second rule. You're facing a common trigger, preloaded response. You're feeling something but can't quite identify it, emotional inventory. Someone's attacking you and you want to diffuse it, strategic vulnerability. You're flooded with intense emotional energy, energy redirect. You're caught in catastrophic thinking, perspective ladder. Master practitioners don't rely on willpower. They rely on systems. These are your systems. Build them, practice them, make them automatic. This is how you go from managing your reactions to transcending them entirely.
Chapter 6. Building Resilience, the Long Game of Emotional Mastery. Everything I've taught you so far is tactical, moment-to-moment techniques for managing reactions. But there's a deeper game, the strategic game. Building a nervous system that's inherently more resilient, creating a baseline state that's less reactive. This is about changing who you are, not just what you do. Resilience isn't something you're born with. It's something you build, systematically, deliberately, through practices that rewire your baseline reactivity. This is the long game, and it's where transformation becomes permanent. Baseline nervous system regulation. Your nervous system has a baseline state. For some people, that baseline is calm and regulated. For others, it's chronically activated. If your baseline is activated, you're always one trigger away from overreaction. If your baseline is regulated, you can handle significant stress before you tip into reactivity. Your baseline isn't fixed. You can change it, but not through the techniques you use in triggered moments. You change your baseline through daily practices that train your nervous system to default to regulation rather than activation. The most powerful practice for this is consistent meditation. Not the kind where you try to think positive thoughts, not guided visualization. Simple, unadorned attention training. You sit, you focus on your breath, your mind wanders, you notice, you return to the breath. That's it. This sounds too simple to be powerful. It's not. Every time your mind wanders and you notice and return to the breath, you're training the exact skill you need for emotional regulation. You're training the ability to notice when you've been pulled away from center and consciously return to center. This is the core skill. Studies by neuroscientist Sarah Lazar at Harvard show that consistent meditation practice literally changes brain structure. After 8 weeks of daily meditation, participants showed increased gray matter density in the prefrontal cortex and decreased density in the amygdala. The part of your brain responsible for regulation gets stronger. The part responsible for reactivity gets weaker. This isn't happening during the meditation. This is structural change. Your brain is rewiring. When you're not meditating, when you're in regular life, you're operating with a different brain, a brain that's better equipped for regulation. 20 minutes daily, every day.
No exceptions. This is non-negotiable if you want to change your baseline. You're not doing it to feel good during the meditation. You're doing it to change your brain structure. Some days it will feel wonderful. Some days it will feel like torture. Doesn't matter. You're building neural infrastructure. The second baseline practice is sleep. This isn't sexy, this isn't advanced, this is basic biology. When you're sleep deprived, your amygdala becomes hyper-reactive. Studies show that after one night of poor sleep, amygdala reactivity to negative stimuli increases by 60%. 60%. You cannot build emotional resilience on inadequate sleep, period. If you're sleeping less than 7 hours consistently, everything else you're doing is compromised. Your prefrontal cortex doesn't function optimally, your stress hormones are elevated, and your emotional regulation is impaired. Treat sleep as seriously as you treat any other aspect of this practice. Same bedtime every night. Dark room, cool temperature, no screens for an hour before bed. These aren't suggestions. These are requirements. You're training your nervous system, and your nervous system repairs and consolidates learning during sleep. The third baseline practice is exercise. Regular, intense physical activity. Not because it burns calories, because it regulates your nervous system and improves your stress resilience. When you exercise intensely, you're creating controlled stress on your system. Your heart rate elevates, stress hormones are released. Then when you stop, your parasympathetic nervous system activates to bring you back to baseline. You're training your nervous system to handle activation and recovery, to spike and return to calm. Research shows that people who exercise regularly have lower baseline cortisol levels and faster stress recovery. They get activated less easily, and when they do get activated, they return to baseline faster. This is exactly what you need for emotional resilience. 4 to 5 days per week, intense enough that you can't easily hold a conversation. 30 to 45 minutes. You're not training your body, you're training your nervous system's ability to handle stress and recover. These three practices, meditation, sleep, exercise, are the foundation of baseline resilience. They're not glamorous, they're not exciting, they're absolutely essential. Without them, you're trying to build a skyscraper on sand. With them, you're creating a foundation that can support advanced mastery. Stress inoculation. There's a counterintuitive principle in building resilience. You don't become less reactive by avoiding stress. You become less reactive by exposing yourself to controlled stress and building your capacity to handle it. This is stress inoculation, the same principle used to create vaccines. You expose yourself to a small controlled dose of the stressor, your system adapts. The next exposure requires a larger dose to create the same response. Over time, what used to overwhelm you becomes manageable. Cold exposure is one of the most powerful stress inoculation tools available. When you immerse yourself in cold water, your sympathetic nervous system activates immediately. Fight or flight. Your body is screaming at you to get out. Your breath becomes rapid and shallow. Your mind is racing. This is controlled stress. You're not in danger. You're in discomfort. And in that discomfort, you practice the exact skills you need for emotional regulation. You slow your breath. You observe the sensations without reacting to them. You choose to stay when everything in you wants to flee. Studies by neuroscientist Andre Huberman show that regular cold exposure increases baseline dopamine and norepinephrine, improves stress resilience, and enhances the ability to maintain calm under pressure. You're literally training your nervous system to handle activation without panic. Start with cold showers. 30 seconds of cold water at the end of your regular shower. Focus on your breath. Don't react to the discomfort. Observe it. Stay present with it. Gradually increase the duration. Work up to 2 to 3 minutes. The magic isn't in the cold itself. The magic is in training yourself to remain calm while your nervous system is activated. That's the exact skill you need when someone triggers you emotionally. Your system is activated, you practice remaining calm. You build capacity. The second form of stress inoculation is voluntary discomfort. Fasting, intense exercise, sitting in uncomfortable positions during meditation. Deliberately doing things that are hard, not to punish yourself, to build tolerance for discomfort.
Most emotional reactivity comes from discomfort intolerance. You feel uncomfortable, and you immediately act to make the discomfort stop. Someone criticizes you, discomfort. You defend yourself to make it stop. Your partner is upset with you, discomfort. You attack or withdraw to make it stop. When you build tolerance for discomfort, you can sit with uncomfortable emotions without immediately acting to eliminate them. You can feel criticized and not defend. You can feel your partner's upset and not react. You can tolerate the discomfort while choosing your response consciously. Practice voluntary discomfort regularly. Fast for 16 hours. Do a workout that pushes you past your comfort zone. Sit still for 10 minutes when you want to move. You're building the same muscle you use for emotional regulation. The ability to feel something uncomfortable and not immediately react to make it stop. Recovery practices. Building resilience isn't just about handling stress. It's about recovering from stress. Your nervous system needs to oscillate between activation and recovery. If you're constantly activated, even low-level activation, you're burning out your regulatory capacity. Recovery practices are deliberate activities that activate your parasympathetic nervous system, that signal to your body that you're safe, that allow your stress hormones to metabolize and your system to return to baseline. One of the most powerful recovery practices is extended exhale breathing. You already learned this as part of the STOP method. As a recovery practice, you do it more extensively. 5 to 10 minutes of deliberate breathing where your exhale is longer than your inhale. This activates your vagus nerve, which is the primary pathway of parasympathetic activation. Your heart rate slows, your blood pressure decreases, cortisol levels drop. You're signaling to your body that there's no threat, that it's safe to rest and recover. Do this at the end of every workday. 5 to 10 minutes of extended exhale breathing. You're creating a physiological transition from work mode to rest mode. You're giving your nervous system permission to stand down from the low-level activation that accumulates during the day. The second recovery practice is spending time in nature. This isn't woo-woo. This is measurable physiology. Studies in Japan on Shinrin-yoku, forest bathing, show that 20 minutes in nature reduces cortisol, lowers blood pressure, and decreases sympathetic nervous system activity. Your nervous system evolved in nature. Natural environments signal safety to your amygdala in ways that urban environments don't. The irregular patterns of trees and water, the sounds of birds and wind, the natural light. All of these inputs tell your ancient brain that you're in a safe place.
Walk in nature 3 times per week minimum. No phone, no podcast, just you and the natural environment. Let your nervous system recalibrate to the rhythms it was designed for. The third recovery practice is social connection. Not social media. Real face-to-face connection with people who make you feel safe. When you're with someone you trust, your nervous system relaxes. Your oxytocin increases. Your cortisol decreases. You co-regulate. Isolation is a stressor. Your nervous system interprets being alone as being vulnerable. Regular, positive social connection signals safety. Build time with trusted friends and family into your weekly routine. Not networking, not transactional relationships. Deep connection with people who see you and accept you. The resilience mindset. Your beliefs about stress determine how stress affects you. This isn't positive thinking. This is documented physiology. People who believe stress is harmful and to be avoided show negative health outcomes from stress. People who believe stress is a challenge that makes them stronger show neutral or even positive health outcomes from the same stressors. A study by Elia Crum at Stanford examined people going through highly stressful experiences. Those who viewed stress as enhancing showed better performance, fewer health problems, and greater life satisfaction than those who viewed stress as debilitating. Same stress, different beliefs, different outcomes. This is the resilience mindset. You don't try to eliminate stress. You reframe it. This stress is making me stronger. This difficulty is building capacity. This discomfort is temporary and valuable. These aren't affirmations you repeat without believing them. These are perspectives you genuinely adopt based on understanding the science.
When you exercise intensely, you're damaging muscle fibers. That damage is uncomfortable, but you know the discomfort is creating something valuable. Your muscles are adapting, getting stronger. You embrace the discomfort because you understand what it's creating. Apply the same frame to emotional stress. This difficult conversation is training my regulation skills. This trigger is showing me where I still have work to do. This discomfort is growth happening. You're not pretending it feels good. You're recognizing that it's valuable. The resilience mindset transforms your relationship with difficulty. You stop avoiding challenging situations and start seeing them as training opportunities. Every trigger becomes a chance to practice. Every difficult emotion becomes data. Every moment of discomfort becomes a rep in your training. This shift in perspective is as powerful as any technique. When you stop seeing emotional reactions as problems to be eliminated and start seeing them as signals to be learned from, everything changes. You're no longer at war with yourself. You're working with your system to build capacity. Compound resilience. Here's what most people miss about resilience building. The practice is compound. Meditation makes you sleep better. Better sleep improves your exercise performance. Exercise enhances your stress resilience. Increased stress resilience makes meditation easier. Better meditation improves your baseline regulation. Better baseline regulation enhances recovery. Enhanced recovery increases your capacity for stress inoculation. Each practice supports every other practice. This is why consistency matters more than intensity. 20 minutes of meditation daily for a year will transform your brain. 2 hours of meditation once a month will do almost nothing. The same is true for every practice. Regular, consistent implementation creates compound growth. You're building on yesterday's foundation. Each day of practice makes the next day's practice more effective. Each week of consistency makes the next week easier. 6 months from now, if you implement these baseline practices consistently, you'll be operating with a fundamentally different nervous system. You won't just have techniques for managing reactions, you'll have a baseline state that's less reactive. You'll get triggered less easily. You'll recover faster when you do get triggered. You'll have more space between stimulus and response built into your default operating system. This is the long game. This is how you create permanent transformation instead of temporary improvement. You're not just managing symptoms. You're changing the underlying system that generates the symptoms. Build the foundation. Meditation, sleep, exercise. Add stress inoculation, cold exposure, voluntary discomfort. Implement recovery practices, extended exhale breathing, time in nature, social connection. Adopt the resilience mindset. Every stressor is training. Do this consistently for 6 months and you won't recognize yourself. The person who used to explode over minor inconveniences will be gone. In their place will be someone with genuine emotional resilience. Not because you're suppressing reactions, because you've built a nervous system that doesn't generate those reactions in the first place. This is mastery. This is the long game. This is how you become unshakable.
Chapter 7. The Science Behind It. Understanding your emotional brain. You need to understand what's happening in your brain. Not because understanding alone creates change, but because when you know the mechanism, you can work with it instead of against it. The science validates what you're experiencing and reveals why the techniques work. Your brain is 3 brains layered on top of each other. This isn't metaphor. This is evolutionary history embedded in your skull. The oldest part is your reptilian brain, the brainstem and cerebellum. This controls your basic survival functions: breathing, heart rate, sleep-wake cycles, fight-or-flight response. This part of your brain is ancient, hundreds of millions of years old. It doesn't think, it reacts, fast, automatic, purely survival-focused. Layered on top of that is your limbic system, your mammalian brain. This emerged with early mammals about 200 million years ago. This is where your emotions live. The amygdala, the hippocampus, the hypothalamus. This system creates emotional memories, processes threats, and generates feelings. It's more sophisticated than the reptilian brain, but it still doesn't think rationally. It feels and remembers and reacts based on emotional significance. The newest layer is your neocortex, your human brain. This emerged only in the last few million years, and it's most developed in humans. This is where rational thought happens: planning, language, abstract reasoning, problem solving. The prefrontal cortex, the very front part of your neocortex, is the CEO of your brain. It's responsible for impulse control, decision making, and emotional regulation. Here's the critical issue. These three brains don't always work together harmoniously. In fact, they often work in opposition. Your reptilian brain detects a threat and initiates fight or flight. Your limbic system generates intense emotion. Your prefrontal cortex is trying to assess the situation rationally and make a conscious choice. Different timescales, different priorities, different mechanisms. When you're emotionally triggered, you're experiencing a hostile takeover. Your reptilian brain and limbic system are grabbing control from your prefrontal cortex. This is called amygdala hijack, a term coined by psychologist Daniel Goleman. Your amygdala, detecting a threat, floods your system with stress hormones and essentially shuts down higher-order thinking. Let me show you the exact mechanism. Something happens that your brain interprets as threatening. Maybe it actually is threatening. Maybe it just reminds you of something threatening from your past. Your amygdala doesn't distinguish between real threats and perceived threats. It doesn't wait for verification. It acts. Your amygdala sends a stress signal to your hypothalamus. Your hypothalamus is like a command center that communicates with the rest of your body through the autonomic nervous system. It has two branches: the sympathetic nervous system, which activates the stress response, the parasympathetic nervous system, which calms you down. Your hypothalamus activates the sympathetic nervous system. This triggers the HPA axis, hypothalamic, pituitary, adrenal axis. Your hypothalamus releases corticotropin-releasing hormone. This signals your pituitary gland to release adrenocorticotropic hormone. This signals your adrenal glands to dump cortisol and adrenaline into your bloodstream. This cascade happens in milliseconds. Before you're consciously aware a threat exists, your body is already responding. Your heart rate increases to pump more blood. Your breathing becomes rapid and shallow to increase oxygen. Your pupils dilate to improve vision. Blood flow redirects from non-essential systems like digestion to large muscle groups. Your liver releases glucose for quick energy. Your immune system suppresses non-critical functions. Your entire system is optimizing for one thing: survive the immediate threat. This response is brilliant if the threat is a predator. You need to fight or run, and your body is perfectly prepared to do exactly that. But this same response activates when your boss criticizes you, when your partner gives you a certain look, when you check your bank balance and it's lower than expected. Your brain is responding to social and psychological threats with the same biological cascade designed for physical survival threats. Here's where it gets worse for emotional regulation. When your sympathetic nervous system is activated, blood flow to your prefrontal cortex decreases. Your brain is prioritizing survival, and survival doesn't require abstract reasoning or long-term planning. It requires fast, decisive action. So the part of your brain that could help you respond rationally is getting less oxygen and glucose. It's going offline precisely when you need it most. Neuroscientist Paul MacLean called this the triune brain model: three brains with different priorities. When there's a threat, the older brains take over. The reptilian brain and limbic system are in charge. The neocortex becomes a passenger. You can feel this happening. You know you shouldn't say what you're about to say, but you say it anyway. You're watching yourself react while being unable to stop the reaction. That's because your prefrontal cortex isn't in control. Your older brains are. But there's more complexity here. Your amygdala isn't just reacting to what's happening now. It's reacting based on everything that's ever happened to you. Your amygdala stores emotional memories. High-impact experiences, especially from childhood, create powerful associations. This situation equals danger. This tone of voice equals threat. This facial expression equals rejection. These associations form through a process called fear conditioning. You have an experience that creates a strong emotional response. Your amygdala encodes that experience with the emotional context. From that point forward, anything that reminds your amygdala of that experience triggers a similar emotional response. A study by Joseph Ledoux at UNY demonstrated this with rats. He played a tone and then delivered a mild shock. After several pairings, the rats would freeze in fear when they heard the tone, even with no shock. The amygdala had learned tone equals danger. This conditioning can happen in a single trial if the emotional impact is strong enough. And once formed, these associations are extremely difficult to eliminate. You're walking around with thousands of these conditioned associations. Most of them formed before you were old enough to think rationally about them. Your father raised his voice when you made mistakes. Your amygdala learned mistakes equal danger. Now, decades later, when you make a small error at work, you feel a disproportionate wave of anxiety. Your amygdala is still protecting you from a threat that no longer exists. Your hippocampus is involved in this process too. It's responsible for contextual memory. It should be providing context that helps you distinguish between past and present. That was then, this is now. But when you're highly stressed, your hippocampus function is impaired. You literally lose the ability to distinguish clearly between past trauma and present reality. This is why triggers can feel so overwhelming. Your amygdala is reacting to the past. Your hippocampus isn't providing adequate context. Your prefrontal cortex is going offline due to the stress response. You're experiencing the present moment through the lens of past pain without the rational capacity to recognize that's what's happening. Research by Bessel van der Kolk on trauma shows that traumatic memories are stored differently than normal memories. They're stored in the amygdala and body as sensations and emotions rather than narratives. When triggered, you don't think, "This reminds me of that time." You just feel the fear or rage without conscious connection to its source. You're reacting to the past while believing you're reacting to the present. But here's where hope enters the science. Your brain has neuroplasticity, the ability to reorganize itself by forming new neural connections. Every brain and every human being maintains this capacity throughout life. You are not stuck with your current wiring. When you practice emotional regulation techniques, you're creating new neural pathways. Studies using functional MRI show that people who practice mindfulness meditation show increased activity in the prefrontal cortex and decreased activity in the amygdala when exposed to emotional stimuli. They're literally rewiring the relationship between these brain regions. The prefrontal cortex can inhibit the amygdala. There are direct neural connections between them. When you strengthen your prefrontal cortex through practices like meditation, you strengthen its ability to regulate the amygdala. It's like you're building a stronger brake system for your emotional reactions. Research by Sarah Laser at Harvard showed that long-term meditators have increased gray matter density in the prefrontal cortex and decreased density in the amygdala. The structure of their brains has changed. The part responsible for regulation is physically larger. The part responsible for reactivity is physically smaller. This isn't happening through positive thinking. This is measurable structural change. The mechanism is Hebbian learning. Neurons that fire together wire together. Every time you practice pausing before reacting, you're activating a specific neural pathway. Prefrontal cortex inhibits amygdala. With repetition, that pathway gets stronger. The myelin sheath around those neural connections thickens. The signal travels faster. The connection becomes more automatic. At the same time, the neural pathways for automatic reaction are weakening. Neurons that don't fire together don't wire together. When you stop practicing a behavior, the neural pathway supporting that behavior begins to prune. This is called synaptic pruning. Your brain is constantly optimizing, strengthening frequently used connections, weakening unused ones. This means every time you successfully pause instead of react, you're doing two things simultaneously. You're strengthening the regulation pathway. You're weakening the reaction pathway. You're literally rebuilding your brain with every practice. Studies on habit formation show that it takes approximately 66 days of consistent practice for a new behavior to become automatic. That's how long it takes for the neural pathway to strengthen to the point where it fires without conscious effort. 66 days of daily practice. Not perfect practice, just consistent practice.
This is why the techniques work. Not because they sound good in theory, because they leverage the actual mechanisms of neural change. When you do the stop method, you're creating a pause that allows blood flow to return to your prefrontal cortex. You're giving it time to come online and regulate the amygdala. When you practice extended exhale breathing, you're activating your vagus nerve, which triggers your parasympathetic nervous system to calm the stress response. When you label your emotions, you're activating your prefrontal cortex, which simultaneously reduces amygdala activation. Every technique I've taught you maps directly onto neuroscience. These aren't random suggestions. These are interventions designed to work with your brain's actual operating system. Your vagus nerve deserves special attention. It's the longest cranial nerve in your body, running from your brainstem through your neck and into your chest and abdomen. It's the primary pathway of the parasympathetic nervous system. When your vagus nerve is activated, it signals to your body that you're safe. Heart rate slows, breathing deepens, digestion improves, inflammation decreases, stress hormones metabolize. The vagus nerve has something called vagal tone. People with high vagal tone have strong parasympathetic activation. They recover quickly from stress. They return to baseline easily. They're resilient. People with low vagal tone stay activated longer. They're more reactive. They have difficulty calming down once triggered. The remarkable thing about vagal tone is that you can improve it. Deliberate breathing practices, especially extended exhale breathing, stimulate the vagus nerve. Cold exposure activates it. Meditation strengthens it. Singing, humming, and gargling activate it. Social connection, particularly with people you feel safe with, enhances it. When you practice these activities regularly, you're training your vagus nerve. You're building vagal tone. Over time, your baseline shifts. Your nervous system defaults to calm rather than activated. You become inherently more resilient, not through willpower, but through biological change. There's also the role of neurotransmitters. When you're stressed, your brain chemistry changes. Cortisol increases, adrenaline spikes. But other neurotransmitters are affected too. Chronic stress depletes serotonin, which regulates mood and impulse control. It depletes dopamine, which affects motivation and reward. It affects GABA, which inhibits neural activity and promotes calm. When these neurotransmitters are depleted, you're more reactive. Your threshold for stress is lower. Your ability to regulate is compromised. This is why stress compounds. You have a stressful day, your neurotransmitters are depleted. The next day, smaller stressors trigger larger reactions because your system doesn't have the neurochemical resources to handle them. The practices I've taught you restore neurochemical balance. Exercise increases dopamine and serotonin. Meditation increases GABA. Quality sleep is when your brain replenishes neurotransmitters. Cold exposure increases dopamine by up to 250% and keeps it elevated for hours. You're not just managing stress, you're creating the neurochemical conditions for regulation. There's also the concept of neurogenesis, the creation of new neurons. For decades, scientists believed you were born with all the neurons you'd ever have. We now know that's false. Your hippocampus creates new neurons throughout your life. This process is called neurogenesis, and it's profoundly affected by your behavior. Exercise stimulates neurogenesis, particularly aerobic exercise. Studies show that regular cardiovascular exercise increases the volume of the hippocampus and improves memory and emotional regulation. Learning new skills stimulates neurogenesis. Novel experiences create new neural connections. Chronic stress inhibits neurogenesis. This is why prolonged stress damages cognition and emotional control. You're literally preventing your brain from creating new neurons. When you commit to the practices in this book, you're creating the conditions for optimal neurogenesis. You're giving your brain what it needs to literally grow new neural capacity. You're not working with a fixed system. You're working with a dynamic, adaptive system that responds to how you use it. Understanding this science is empowering. When you feel a strong reaction and implement a technique, you're not just hoping it works, you know why it works. You're activating your prefrontal cortex to regulate your amygdala. You're stimulating your vagus nerve to calm your stress response. You're strengthening neural pathways through repetition. You're changing your brain structure through consistent practice. You're not broken. Your brain is working exactly as designed. It's just designed for an environment that no longer exists.
When you understand the design, you can work with it. You can train it. You can optimize it for the environment you actually live in. This is the science behind everything I'm teaching you. This is why it works. Not because I said so, because neuroscience confirms it. Your brain is plastic. Your nervous system is trainable. Your reactivity is not fixed. You can change at the biological level, and that change is measurable, documented, and available to anyone willing to do the work.
Chapter 8. High Pressure Applications. Mastery when it matters most. Everything you've learned means nothing if it collapses under pressure. The true test of emotional mastery isn't how you handle calm moments, it's how you handle crisis. High-stakes conversations, intense conflict, moments when everything is on the line and your amygdala is screaming. This is where most people fail. They can meditate peacefully in the morning. They can use the stop method when they're mildly annoyed. But when the pressure spikes, when the stakes are high, when the emotional intensity is maximum, they revert to their old programming. All their practice evaporates, and they react exactly as they always have. This chapter is about making your skills bulletproof, about taking everything you've learned and stress testing it under the most challenging conditions possible. Because mastery that only works in easy situations isn't mastery, it's just technique. The physiology of high pressure. You need to understand what happens to your body under extreme pressure. When stakes are high, your stress response doesn't just activate, it floods. Your system is dumped with stress hormones at levels far beyond normal triggers. Your heart rate can spike to 160 beats per minute or higher. Your fine motor control deteriorates. Your vision narrows, a phenomenon called tunnel vision. Your sense of hearing diminishes, called auditory exclusion. Your sense of time distorts. Seconds feel like minutes, or minutes feel like seconds. This is your body's emergency override. Shut down everything non-essential, maximize survival. Law enforcement and military operators train extensively for this state because it's predictable. Under high enough stress, everyone experiences these physiological changes. The difference between professionals and amateurs is that professionals train to function despite these changes. Amateurs are controlled by them. You're going to train the same way. You're going to practice your skills under progressively higher pressure until they work regardless of your physiological state. This is stress inoculation applied to specific situations. The high-stakes conversation. Let me paint you a scenario. You're meeting with your boss. You know they're unhappy with your performance. This conversation could determine whether you keep your job. Your future financial security is potentially on the line. You walk into the office. Your heart is already racing. They start the conversation. Their tone is serious. They list concerns about your work. Each statement hits you like a physical blow. Your chest tightens. Your thoughts are racing. Your amygdala is screaming that you're under attack. Your survival brain is telling you to defend yourself or flee. This is the moment. Everything you've practiced comes down to this. Here's what you do. Before the meeting even starts, you prepare. This is the first principle of high-pressure mastery. You don't wait until the moment to access your skills. You prime yourself beforehand. 30 minutes before the meeting, you do a specific breathing protocol. Box breathing. Inhale for 4 counts, hold for 4, exhale for 4, hold for 4. Repeat for 5 minutes. This preloads your parasympathetic activation. You're creating a buffer of calm before the storm. You visualize the meeting. You see yourself staying calm. You imagine them saying the most critical things possible. You visualize yourself using the stop method, pausing, breathing, responding consciously. You're preloading the neural pathway. When the actual situation arrives, your brain has already practiced the response. You set a clear intention. No matter what they say, I will pause before responding. That's it. You're not trying to control the outcome. You're committing to one specific behavior, the pause. Everything else flows from that. The meeting starts. They're critical. You feel the defensive reaction rising like a wave.
This is the moment where most people are swept away, not you. You've trained for this. You physically stop. You might shift in your chair. You might place both feet flat on the floor. Some small physical movement that signals to yourself, I'm stopping. You take a breath, not obviously, not dramatically, just a slightly deeper inhale through your nose, exhale through your mouth. One breath, maybe two. You're buying seconds. You observe, I'm feeling defensive. My chest is tight. I want to explain why they're wrong. You're naming what's happening internally. This activates your prefrontal cortex. You're creating the observer perspective. Then you proceed with your preloaded response. I appreciate you being direct with me. Help me understand specifically what you need to see change. You're not defending, you're not agreeing, you're creating space for dialogue. You're demonstrating that you can hear criticism without collapsing or attacking. The conversation continues. They say something particularly cutting. The reaction spikes again. You repeat the process. Stop, breathe, observe, proceed. Every time you do this, you're demonstrating emotional regulation under pressure. You're showing them you can handle difficult feedback. You're changing the dynamic of the conversation from confrontation to collaboration. By the end of the meeting, something has shifted. They're less aggressive because you're not defensive. The tone has changed because you changed it through your non-reactivity. You didn't control what they said, you controlled how you responded. That's the only control you ever have, and it's the only control you need. The intense conflict. Different scenario. You're in a heated argument with your partner. This isn't a minor disagreement. This is fundamental. You're both activated. Voices are raised. Years of accumulated resentments are surfacing. This is the crucible that destroys relationships or forges them stronger. Your partner says something that crosses a line, something deeply hurtful. The reaction that rises in you is volcanic. Everything in you wants to say something equally hurtful, to make them feel what you're feeling, to win, to destroy. This is your amygdala at maximum activation. This is fight mode. Here's the advanced technique. You do something that feels impossible in the moment. You call a timeout, not by walking away in anger, not by stonewalling, by saying something incredibly difficult. I need to pause. I'm too activated to have this conversation productively right now. Can we take 20 minutes and come back to this? This is strategic withdrawal. You're recognizing that you're beyond your window of tolerance. Your nervous system is too activated for productive communication. Continuing the conversation in this state will only cause more damage. The pause isn't avoidance, it's wisdom. Your partner might resist. They're activated too. They might say you're running away. This is where you demonstrate next-level mastery. You stay calm. I'm not running away. I'm too upset to be the partner I want to be right now. I need 20 minutes to calm my nervous system. Then I'm coming back and we're finishing this conversation. You've done something remarkable. You've acknowledged your limitation while maintaining commitment to the relationship. You've modeled emotional responsibility. You've shown that managing your state is more important than being right. During the 20-minute break, you don't ruminate. You don't build your case. You do a specific recovery protocol. You go outside, if possible. You walk. You do intense breathing, box breathing, or extended exhales. You're deliberately activating your parasympathetic nervous system. You do the energy redirect technique, 20 push-ups, 30 jumping jacks. You're metabolizing the stress hormones flooding your system. You're completing the stress cycle. By the time you return to the conversation, your physiology has shifted. You're still concerned about the issue, but you're not flooded. When you return, you start differently. Thank you for giving me that time. I want to hear what you were trying to tell me. Can you help me understand what you need? You're not pretending the conflict doesn't exist. You're engaging with it from a regulated state instead of a reactive state. This changes everything. Most relationships die not from the conflicts themselves, but how people handle conflicts. Two reactive people in a relationship create escalating cycles that eventually destroy connection. One person who can stay regulated during conflict
changes the entire dynamic. The professional crisis. New scenario. You're leading a team. A major project has failed. You're in a meeting with executives. They're furious. They're looking for someone to blame. All eyes are on you. Your career is potentially on the line. This is maximum professional pressure. Your sympathetic nervous system is fully activated. Your heart is pounding. Your mouth is dry. Your thoughts are scattered. This is acute stress at the highest level. Everything in you wants to deflect blame, to make excuses, to protect yourself.
Here's where mastery shows up differently than you might expect. You don't try to appear calm. Trying to suppress your stress response actually makes it worse. Instead, you acknowledge it strategically. I want to address this situation directly. I'm aware I'm stressed right now because this matters to me. Let me walk you through what happened and what I'm doing to fix it. You've done something disarming. You've acknowledged your emotional state without being controlled by it. You've shown that you're self-aware enough to notice your stress while composed enough to address the problem. This is strategic vulnerability in a high-stakes context. You use the perspective ladder internally. Yes, this is serious. Yes, there are consequences. But this is not a life or death situation. This is a professional challenge. I've handled challenges before. I'll handle this one. I'm prepared to face whatever comes. You're widening your perspective to reduce the catastrophic thinking that amplifies stress. You focus on your breath without making it obvious. You're not doing dramatic breathing exercises in front of executives. You're just making sure you're breathing into your belly instead of shallow chest breathing. This small shift maintains oxygen flow to your prefrontal cortex. You're keeping your thinking brain online. You slow down your speech deliberately. When stress spikes, most people talk faster. Their words rush out. Slowing down does two things. First, it gives your brain more time to think clearly. Second, it projects calm to everyone watching. Slow is smooth. Smooth is fast. This is a principle from tactical training that applies perfectly to high-pressure conversations. You take ownership without self-flagellation. This was my responsibility. The project failed. Here's what went wrong. Here's what I've learned. Here's my plan to ensure it doesn't happen again. You're not making excuses. You're not drowning in shame. You're demonstrating accountability and problem-solving under pressure. The executives are watching how you handle this moment. They're not just evaluating what went wrong with the project. They're evaluating whether you can handle pressure, whether you collapse under stress, or rise to meet it. Your non-reactivity is demonstrating leadership capacity. The accumulation protocol. High-pressure situations aren't single events. They're accumulated stress, multiple deadlines, ongoing conflict, extended periods of high demand. This is where many people break. They can handle acute stress for short periods, but chronic high pressure erodes their regulation capacity. You need a daily protocol for high-pressure periods, non-negotiable practices that maintain your baseline regardless of external demands. This is your firewall against burnout. Morning non-negotiable. Before you engage with any demands, you do your baseline practice, 20 minutes of meditation, even when you think you don't have time, especially when you think you don't have time. This sets your nervous system baseline for the day. Midday reset. At lunch, you do a 10-minute recovery protocol. You go outside, you do extended exhale breathing, you give your nervous system a chance to down-regulate before the afternoon. This prevents the accumulation of stress hormones across the day. Evening boundary. You set a hard stop time. After that time, no work, no email. You transition to recovery mode. You do something that activates your parasympathetic nervous system. Exercise, time in nature, connection with loved ones. You're creating a clear physiological transition between work stress and home recovery. Sleep becomes even more critical during high-pressure periods. Most people sacrifice sleep when demands increase. This is catastrophic. Sleep deprivation compounds stress reactivity. You become more emotionally volatile, less capable of regulation, more prone to catastrophic thinking. Protect your sleep like your life depends on it, because your performance certainly does. The ultimate test. The ultimate high-pressure test is combining multiple stressors simultaneously. You're sleep deprived. You're facing a major deadline. You're in conflict with someone important. You're dealing with a personal crisis. Everything is hitting at once. This is when most people completely lose their regulation capacity. Their practices evaporate. They revert to pure survival mode, reactive, volatile, barely holding on. This is also when mastery proves itself. You don't try to handle everything. You triage. What absolutely must be addressed right now? What can wait? You're making conscious choices about where to direct your limited regulatory resources. Not everything gets your best self. Some things get your surviving self. That's okay. You're being strategic instead of reactive about your own capacity. You call in support. You don't try to muscle through alone. You reach out to trusted people, not to complain, to co-regulate. Remember, your nervous system calms in the presence of safe people. A 10-minute conversation with someone who grounds you can shift your state more effectively than an hour of solo practice. You lower your standards temporarily. During crisis, good enough is good enough. You're not pursuing perfection. You're pursuing function. You eat simple, healthy meals instead of elaborate meals. You do 10 minutes of meditation instead of 20. You do the minimum viable version of your practices. Some practice is infinitely better than no practice. You remind yourself that this is temporary. Crisis periods end. This intensity won't last forever. Your brain under stress tends toward permanence bias. It feels like this will last forever. Consciously countering that with facts helps. This deadline will pass. This conflict will resolve. This crisis will end. I just need to maintain regulation until it does. Most importantly, you trust your training. You've practiced these techniques hundreds of times. Your neural pathways are strong. Even when your conscious mind is overwhelmed, your trained responses are available. You default to your training. Stop, breathe, observe, proceed. The basics work even when everything else is chaos. High-pressure situations are not obstacles to mastery. They're the proving ground for mastery. Easy situations don't reveal what you're made of. They don't test your capabilities. They don't build resilience. High pressure does all of that. Every high-pressure situation you navigate successfully strengthens your confidence that you can handle whatever comes. This is how you become unshakable, not by avoiding high-pressure situations, by training specifically for them, by stress testing your skills until they work regardless of circumstances, by building a nervous system that can handle stress, not just survive, but function optimally under it. This is where mastery lives. This is what separates the exceptional from the average.
Chapter 9. Transforming Negatives to Positives. Alchemy of Emotion. There's a level beyond managing your reactions, beyond staying calm under pressure, beyond even mastering non-reactivity. There's the ability to transform negative emotions into fuel for growth. This is emotional alchemy. This is level 5 mastery. Most people spend their lives trying to eliminate negative emotions. They see anger, fear, sadness, frustration as problems to be solved, as obstacles to be overcome, as evidence that something is wrong. This is a fundamental misunderstanding of what emotions are and what they're for. Emotions are data, information about your internal state and your relationship to your environment. Negative emotions aren't malfunctions, they're signals. And when you learn to read the signals correctly, negative emotions become some of your most valuable teachers. The intelligence of anger. Anger gets a bad reputation. It's seen as a destructive emotion to be suppressed or avoided. This is partially correct. Reactive anger, expressed unconsciously, destroys relationships and creates suffering. But anger itself, properly understood,
is profoundly intelligent. Anger is telling you that a boundary has been violated, that something important to you is being threatened or disrespected, that there's an injustice that needs to be addressed. This is valuable information. The problem isn't the anger. The problem is what most people do with the anger. Most people either express anger reactively, lashing out and causing damage, or suppress anger completely, pretending it doesn't exist. Both approaches fail. Reactive expression damages relationships. Suppression damages health and creates internal resentment that eventually explodes. There's a third option. Transform the anger. Use the energy anger provides for constructive action, not reactive action. Conscious action aligned with your values. Maybe you have a direct conversation about boundaries. Maybe you make a decision about what behavior you will and won't accept. Maybe you channel the energy into advocating for change in a system that's unjust. You've transformed the anger from a destructive force into fuel for positive action. The emotion hasn't been suppressed, it's been alchemized. Same energy, different direction. Research by psychologist James Averill shows that anger, when expressed constructively, can improve relationships and resolve conflicts. The key word is constructively. Anger that's acknowledged, understood, and channeled toward positive change is valuable. Anger that's either exploded reactively or suppressed completely creates problems. The wisdom of anxiety. Anxiety is another emotion people try desperately to eliminate. They medicate it, avoid it, see it as a disorder to be cured. But anxiety, like anger, is information. It's your system's way of telling you something requires your attention. Anxiety is your brain's threat detection system identifying potential future problems. It's trying to help you prepare, to anticipate challenges, to avoid danger. The problem is that your threat detection system is massively oversensitive. It flags things as dangerous that aren't. It catastrophizes. It creates anxiety about unlikely scenarios. But instead of seeing all anxiety as false alarms, you can learn to distinguish between useful anxiety and useless anxiety. Useful anxiety is telling you about a real problem that requires action. You're anxious about a deadline because you actually haven't prepared adequately. This anxiety is valuable. It's motivating you to take action. Useless anxiety is your brain spinning out about things you can't control or unlikely scenarios. You're anxious about what someone might think, about something that might happen, about worst-case scenarios that probably won't materialize. This anxiety isn't giving you actionable information. It's just creating suffering. The transformation happens when you interrogate your anxiety. What am I specifically anxious about? Is this something I can control or influence? If yes, what action can I take? If no, can I accept the uncertainty? You're anxious about an upcoming presentation. You interrogate the anxiety. What specifically am I worried about? You identify that you're worried you're not adequately prepared. This is useful anxiety. You use the energy it creates to prepare more thoroughly. The anxiety has served its purpose. It motivated action. Alternatively, you identify that you're worried about being judged. You can't control whether people judge you. This is useless anxiety. It's creating suffering without providing actionable information. You acknowledge it, observe it, and consciously choose not to let it drive your behavior. You're prepared. You're going to do your best. Whether people judge you is beyond your control. You've transformed the anxiety from paralyzing worry into either productive action or conscious acceptance. Same emotion, different outcome based on how you work with it. Studies on anxiety show that people who view anxiety as helpful rather than harmful perform better under pressure. When you interpret the physical sensations of anxiety as your body preparing you for a challenge rather than evidence that something is wrong, you perform better. The anxiety becomes fuel instead of hindrance. The gift of sadness. Sadness is often seen as the most unwanted emotion. People will do almost anything to avoid feeling sad. They distract themselves, numb themselves, rush through grief as quickly as possible. This is a tragic mistake, because sadness carries some of the most important information we can receive. Sadness tells you that you've lost something or someone important, that you're disconnected from something you value, that something needs to be mourned or grieved. Sadness is how you process loss, how you honor what mattered, how you make space for what comes next. When you avoid sadness, you don't process loss. It stays stuck in your system. Unprocessed grief turns into depression, anxiety, or physical illness. It leaks out sideways in destructive patterns. The only way through grief is through it, not over it, not around it, through it. The transformation of sadness happens when you allow yourself to feel it completely, not wallow in it, not make it your identity, but genuinely feel it. Cry when you need to cry. Acknowledge what you've lost. Honor its importance. Give yourself time and space to grieve. When you do this, something remarkable happens. The sadness moves through you. It doesn't disappear instantly. Grief has its own timeline, but it begins to transform. The acute pain softens into something gentler. The loss becomes integrated into your story rather than dominating it. Space opens for new possibilities. Sadness also deepens your capacity for compassion. When you felt deep sadness, you recognize it in others. You can sit with someone in their pain without trying to fix it. You understand that some things can't be fixed, only felt and eventually integrated. This makes you a more present, compassionate human being. Research on emotional granularity by Lisa Feldman Barrett shows that people who can identify and name their emotions with precision have better mental health outcomes. When you can distinguish between sad, disappointed, grieving, melancholy, heartbroken, you can respond to each emotion more appropriately. They're not all the same. They don't all require the same response. The power of fear. Fear is your oldest emotion system, the most primitive, the most powerful. Fear kept your ancestors alive. It's keeping you alive now, though often in ways that don't serve you. Like anxiety, fear is a threat detection system. Unlike anxiety, which focuses on potential future threats, fear responds to immediate perceived danger. Your amygdala doesn't make this distinction well. It responds to social threats with the same intensity as physical threats. You feel the same fear before a difficult conversation as you would facing actual danger. When you feel fear, you interrogate it. Am I in actual physical danger? Almost always the answer is no. You're not in danger. You're uncomfortable. You're facing something challenging. You're in a situation with uncertain outcomes, but you're not in danger.
This distinction is everything. When you're in actual danger, fear is appropriate and useful. It mobilizes you to protect yourself. When you're not in danger, fear is your system overreacting. You can acknowledge the fear, thank your amygdala for trying to protect you, and consciously choose to move forward anyway. This is courage, not the absence of fear, action in the presence of fear. You feel the fear and do the thing anyway. Every time you do this, you teach your amygdala that this situation is not actually dangerous. You're gradually recalibrating your threat detection system. The transformation happens when you start to see fear as a sign that you're at your growth edge. You're doing something that matters, something outside your comfort zone, something that has the potential to expand who you are. Fear becomes a compass pointing toward growth rather than a stop sign. Athletes understand this. The nervousness before a big competition isn't something to eliminate. It's evidence that the competition matters, that you care, that you're about to test yourself. Elite performers learn to interpret that nervousness as excitement, as readiness, as their system preparing them to perform. The reframe protocol. Here's a systematic process for transforming negative emotions. Any negative emotion, anytime. This is the practical application of emotional alchemy. Step 1. Feel the emotion completely. No suppression, no distraction. Where is it in your body? What does it feel like? What physical sensations accompany it? You're creating full awareness of the emotional experience. Step 2. Name the emotion precisely. Not just bad or upset. What specifically are you feeling? Angry? Anxious? Sad? Frustrated? Disappointed? Ashamed? Guilty? Precision matters because different emotions point to different information. Step 3. Ask what the emotion is telling you. What information is this emotion trying to give me? What need is it pointing to? What value is being threatened or violated? You're treating the emotion as intelligence rather than interference. Step 4. Distinguish between actionable and non-actionable. Is there something I can do about what's triggering this emotion? If yes, what action can I take? If no, what do I need to accept? Step 5. Channel the energy. Every emotion creates energy in your system. How can I use this energy constructively? Anger energy can fuel boundary setting or advocacy. Anxiety energy can fuel preparation or problem solving. Sadness energy can fuel connection or creative expression. Fear energy can fuel courage or careful planning. Step 6. Extract the lesson. What is this emotion teaching me about myself, about my values, about what matters to me? What can I learn from this experience? You're mining the emotion for wisdom. Let me show you this in action. You don't get a promotion you wanted. You feel a wave of disappointment and anger. Instead of suppressing it or spiraling into it, you apply the reframe protocol. Feel it. Your chest feels heavy. There's a knot in your stomach. Your throat is tight. You want to cry and scream simultaneously. You let yourself feel it fully for several minutes. Name it. You're disappointed. You're angry. You're also feeling inadequate. That's 3 distinct emotions, each carrying different information. Ask what it's telling you. The disappointment is telling you that you wanted this, that advancement matters to you. The anger is telling you that something feels unfair. The inadequacy is telling you that you're questioning your competence. Distinguish actionable from non-actionable. You can't control whether you got the promotion. That decision is made. You can control what you do next. You can ask for feedback about what you need to develop. You can decide to stay at this company or look elsewhere. You can invest in skill development. Channel the energy. You use the anger to fuel a direct conversation with your manager about what you need to do to be considered next time. You use the disappointment to clarify what you really want in your career. You use the feelings of inadequacy to identify genuine skill gaps and create a development plan. You've extracted the lesson. This experience is teaching you that you care more about advancement than you realized, that you need to be more proactive in managing your career, that you can handle disappointment without collapsing, that rejection isn't the end of your story. You've transformed a negative experience into fuel for growth. The emotions haven't disappeared. You felt them fully, but you've alchemized them from suffering into wisdom and action. The compound effect of transformation. When you consistently transform negative emotions, instead of suppressing them or being controlled by them, something profound happens over time. You stop fearing negative emotions. You stop seeing them as problems. You start seeing them as valuable data and energy that you can work with. This changes your entire relationship with your internal experience. Most people are at war with their emotions. They're trying to feel only positive emotions and eliminate negative ones. This war is unwinnable. Negative emotions are part of being human. The more you fight them, the more power they have over you. When you embrace emotional alchemy, you make peace with the full range of your emotional experience. You're not afraid of anger because you know how to transform it. You're not afraid of anxiety because you know how to work with it. You're not afraid of sadness because you know it carries important information. This acceptance, paradoxically, reduces the intensity and frequency of negative emotions. When you stop fighting your emotions, they don't need to scream as loud to get your attention. When you listen to them and work with them, they serve their purpose and move on. You become emotionally anti-fragile, a concept from Nassim Taleb. Anti-fragile systems don't just survive stress, they get stronger from it. You start to see emotional challenges as training.
Each difficult emotion you successfully transform strengthens your capacity to handle the next one. This is level 5 mastery. Not managing emotions, not suppressing them, transforming them, using them, becoming stronger because of them rather than in spite of them. This is the ultimate expression of emotional intelligence, the ability to alchemize any emotional experience into wisdom, growth, and constructive action.
Love what you're hearing? Hit that subscribe button and join our community of audiobook lovers. Your support helps us bring you more amazing stories.
Chapter 10, Building Unshakable Confidence, the Foundation of Self-Mastery. Confidence isn't what you think it is. Most people believe confidence is feeling certain that you'll succeed, that you'll perform well, that people will like you, that everything will work out. This is complete nonsense. That's not confidence, that's delusion. Real confidence is something entirely different. Real confidence is the deep knowing that you can handle whatever happens. Not that bad things won't happen, but that when they do, you'll be okay. You'll figure it out. You'll adapt. You'll survive and probably grow from it. This kind of confidence is built on evidence, not positive thinking, not affirmations. Evidence. Every time you face something difficult and don't fall apart, you're building evidence. Every time you feel a strong emotion and don't react destructively, you're building evidence. Every time you handle a challenge you weren't sure you could handle, you're building evidence. The practices in this book aren't just about emotional control. They're about building unshakable confidence through repeated proof that you can regulate yourself under pressure, that you're not a victim of your emotions, that you have agency and capability even in difficult circumstances. The confidence-competence loop. Here's how confidence actually builds. You attempt something challenging. Maybe you succeed, maybe you fail. Either way, you learn. You develop competence. That competence gives you confidence to try something slightly harder. That attempt builds more competence, which builds more confidence. This is the confidence-competence loop. Most people wait to feel confident before they act. This is backward. Confidence follows action, not the other way around. You don't feel confident and then do the difficult thing. You do the difficult thing and then feel more confident. Every time you use the stop method when you're triggered, you're building competence at emotional regulation. With each successful application, your confidence that you can pause instead of react increases. After you've done it 50 times, 100 times, you have deep confidence that you can access that pause even under significant pressure. Not because you hope you can, because you have evidence you can. This is why practice matters more than understanding. You can understand emotional regulation perfectly and have zero confidence in your ability to actually do it. Understanding creates knowledge. Practice creates capability. Capability creates confidence. Let me show you how this plays out. You're early in your practice. Someone triggers you. You react automatically, just like always. Afterward, you feel frustrated with yourself. This is actually progress. You're aware that you reacted. That's level 2, conscious reactivity. You don't feel confident yet, but you're building awareness. Next time you're triggered, you react again, but you catch yourself mid-reaction. You stop yourself halfway through. You don't complete the full reactive pattern. This is progress. You're developing the ability to interrupt yourself. Your confidence increases slightly. You're beginning to believe change is possible. Next time, you pause before reacting. It takes enormous effort. It feels forced and uncomfortable, but you do it. You successfully use stop. You respond more consciously than you would have otherwise. This is significant progress. Your confidence jumps. You have evidence now. You can do this. Next 50 times, you're inconsistent. Sometimes you pause, sometimes you don't. But you're pausing more often than before.
Each successful pause builds confidence. Each failure teaches you something about your triggers and patterns. You're building both competence and confidence simultaneously. After 100 practices, the pause is becoming more automatic. You're patching yourself earlier. The internal struggle is less intense. You're developing genuine confidence in your ability to regulate yourself. Not theoretical confidence, evidence-based confidence. You've proven to yourself repeatedly that you can do this. This is how unshakable confidence builds. Not through positive thinking, through repeated evidence that you have capability, that you can handle what arises, that you're not a helpless in the face of your emotions. The failure confidence paradox. Here's something counterintuitive. Failure builds confidence more effectively than success if you approach it correctly. Success feels good, it validates you, but it doesn't teach you much about your capacity to handle difficulty. Failure, especially failure you handle well, teaches you everything. When you attempt something difficult and fail, you face a critical choice point. You can interpret the failure as evidence that you're incapable, that you should give up, that you were foolish to try. This interpretation destroys confidence. Or you can interpret it as data, information about what doesn't work, feedback that helps you adjust, evidence that you can handle disappointment and keep going. This interpretation builds confidence. The confidence doesn't come from the failure itself, it comes from how you respond to the failure. When you fail and don't collapse, you learn something profound about yourself. You learn that failure isn't fatal, that you're more resilient than you thought, that setbacks are temporary. This learning is the foundation of unshakable confidence. Let me paint you a picture. You commit to using the stop method every time you're triggered for a week. First day, you fail completely. You react 5 times without pausing once. Old you would have given up, would have concluded, this doesn't work for me, I'm too reactive, I can't change. New you does something different. You examine what happened. You notice that all 5 reactions occurred when you were tired or hungry. This is data. Your regulation capacity decreases when you're depleted. This isn't failure, this is learning. You adjust. You commit to practicing primarily when you're well-rested and fed. You're using the failure to refine your approach. Day 2. You successfully pause once out of 4 triggers. That's 25% success rate. You focus on the one success rather than the 3 failures. You analyze what was different about the successful pause. You were sitting down. You had more time. The trigger wasn't as intense. More data. You're learning the conditions that support successful regulation. By the end of the week, you're pausing 3 out of 5 times. 60% success rate. You've made massive progress, but more importantly, you've proven to yourself that you can learn and adapt, that setbacks don't stop you, that you're capable of growth. This builds confidence far more effectively than if you'd succeeded perfectly from the start. People with unshakable confidence aren't people who never fail. They're people who fail regularly and have learned that failure doesn't define them. They've built a track record of getting back up, of learning, of persisting. Each failure they handle well adds to their confidence that they can handle the next one. The preparation principle. Confidence and preparation are intimately linked. You feel confident in situations you've prepared for. You feel anxious in situations you haven't. This is why practice in low-stakes situations is critical. You're building preparation for high-stakes situations. When you practice the stop method during minor annoyances, you're preparing for major triggers. When you practice extended exhale breathing when you're calm, you're preparing to access it when you're stressed. When you rehearse preloaded responses mentally, you're preparing to deliver them under pressure. The person who appears confident in crisis isn't naturally more confident, they're better prepared. They've practiced the skills they need. They've mentally rehearsed the scenarios they might face. They've built muscle memory for the responses they want to deploy. When the crisis arrives, they're not improvising. They're executing rehearsed patterns. This is why visualization is so powerful for building confidence. When you vividly imagine yourself successfully handling a difficult situation, you're creating neural pathways that will activate when you face that situation in reality. Your brain doesn't fully distinguish between vividly imagined experiences and real experiences. Both create neural pathways. Elite athletes spend enormous time visualizing. They imagine themselves executing perfectly. They imagine adversity and see themselves adapting. They're building confidence through mental rehearsal. You can do exactly the same with emotional regulation. Spend 5 minutes daily visualizing yourself in triggering situations. See yourself feeling the reaction starting, see yourself pausing, taking a breath, responding consciously. Feel the confidence that comes from handling the situation well. You're programming your nervous system for success. You're building confidence before you even face the real situation.
When the real situation arrives, it feels familiar. You've been here before, at least mentally. You know what to do. You have a plan. This preparation translates directly into confidence. Not false confidence that nothing will go wrong. Real confidence that you can handle what arises. The self-trust foundation. At the deepest level, confidence is self-trust. Trust that you'll keep your commitments to yourself. Trust that you'll do what you say you'll do. Trust that you won't abandon yourself when things get difficult. This is built through integrity between your intentions and your actions. Every time you say you're going to meditate and you do it, you build self-trust. Every time you commit to pausing before reacting and you follow through, you build self-trust. Every time you honor a commitment to yourself, no matter how small, you're sending yourself a message. I can trust me. I do what I say I'll do. Conversely, every time you break a commitment to yourself, you erode self-trust. You say you're going to exercise and you don't. You say you're going to practice the stop method and you forget. You commit to going to bed at a certain time and you stay up. Each broken commitment tells you that you can't trust yourself, that your commitments are just words. This is why starting small is critical. Don't commit to meditating an hour daily if you've never meditated before. Commit to 5 minutes. Make it so easy that you can't fail. Keep that commitment. Build the evidence that your commitments to yourself mean something. Then gradually increase. People with unshakable confidence have deep self-trust. They know that when they commit to something, they'll follow through. They trust themselves to handle difficult emotions, to keep going when things are hard, to honor their values under pressure. This self-trust isn't innate. It's built through thousands of small commitments kept. Start building self-trust today. Make one small commitment to yourself. Maybe it's taking 3 conscious breaths before getting out of bed. Maybe it's doing 1 minute of meditation. Maybe it's pausing once before responding today. Something small enough that you're certain you can keep the commitment. Keep that commitment. Then tomorrow, keep it again. String together 7 days, then 30. You're building evidence. You're proving to yourself that your word to yourself matters. You're constructing the foundation of unshakable confidence. The competence hierarchy. Confidence isn't all or nothing. You can be highly confident in some domains and completely lacking in confidence in others. This is because confidence is domain-specific. It's based on competence in particular areas. You might be supremely confident in your professional skills and completely lacking in confidence in your emotional regulation, or confident in your emotional regulation during minor triggers, but not during major ones. This is normal. Confidence follows competence, and competence develops in specific contexts. The goal isn't to be confident about everything. That's narcissism, not confidence. The goal is to systematically build competence and therefore confidence in the domains that matter most to you. For the purposes of this book, that domain is emotional self-regulation. You build this confidence hierarchically. Start with the easiest scenarios, minor triggers when you're well rested. Regulate yourself there. Build confidence. Then increase the difficulty. Moderate triggers. Regulation when you're somewhat stressed. Build competence and confidence at that level. Then increase again. Major triggers. Regulation under significant pressure. Each level builds on the previous one. You don't jump straight to the most difficult scenarios. You develop mastery progressively. This progressive mastery builds stable, lasting confidence. You have evidence of capability at each level. When you face the highest level, you're not hoping you can handle it. You've already proven you can handle every level leading up to it. This is how you build unshakable confidence. Not through bravado, not through pretending, through systematic skill development that creates undeniable evidence of capability. You become someone who knows, with certainty, that they can handle their emotional reactions. Not because you believe it, because you've proven it to yourself hundreds of times. The confidence-calm connection. Here's something most people miss. Confidence and calmness reinforce each other. When you're confident, you're calmer because you trust yourself to handle what arises. When you're calm, you're more confident because you're accessing your full cognitive capabilities. This creates a virtuous cycle. You practice emotional regulation, you build competence. Competence creates confidence. Confidence makes you calmer in triggering situations. Being calmer makes it easier to regulate, which builds more competence, which builds more confidence. The cycle compounds. This is why the practices in this book are so transformative. You're not just learning to manage emotions. You're building a foundation of unshakable confidence that affects every area of your life. When you know you can handle your emotional reactions, you're willing to take more risks, to have difficult conversations, to pursue ambitious goals, to face uncertainty. The confidence that comes from emotional mastery is the most valuable confidence you can develop. Because every challenge in life has an emotional component. Every difficult situation will trigger emotions. When you're confident you can handle those emotions, you're confident you can handle the situation. This is radically different from the confidence most people seek. They want confidence that they'll succeed, that things will work out, that they'll get the outcome they want. This confidence is fragile because outcomes aren't fully under your control. You can do everything right and still fail. The confidence that comes from emotional mastery is unshakable because it's based on something completely under your control. Your ability to regulate yourself, your ability to choose your response, your ability to maintain your center regardless of external circumstances. No one can take this from you. No situation can overwhelm it once you've built it sufficiently. The ultimate test of confidence. The ultimate test of confidence is how you handle yourself when everything goes wrong, when you fail publicly, when you're criticized harshly, when you face rejection or loss, when the outcome you work toward doesn't materialize. This is where false confidence crumbles and real confidence reveals itself. False confidence is dependent on external validation, on success, on approval. When those are removed, the confidence collapses. The person falls apart. Real confidence persists because it's not based on external outcomes. It's based on internal capability. When you've built real confidence through emotional mastery, failure doesn't destroy you. It disappoints you. It might hurt, but it doesn't make you question your fundamental worth or capability. You know you can handle disappointment. You've done it before. You know you can process difficult emotions. You have the tools. You know you can learn from setbacks and adapt. You have evidence. This is unshakable confidence. Not confidence that you'll never fail. Confidence that you can fail and be okay. That you can feel intense emotions and not be controlled by them. That you can face whatever life brings and find a way forward. Build this confidence, not through affirmations, through practice, through evidence, through keeping commitments to yourself, through handling failure well, through progressive skill development, through proving to yourself again and again that you can regulate yourself under pressure. 6 months of consistent practice will build more real confidence than 6 years of positive thinking, because confidence isn't about what you tell yourself. It's about what you prove to yourself through action. Prove you can pause. Prove you can breathe through intensity. Prove you can respond consciously instead of react automatically. Prove it once, then again, then 100 times. That evidence becomes unshakable confidence, the foundation of everything else you'll build in your life.
Chapter 11. Relationship Applications. Transforming Connections Through Non-Reactivity. Your emotional regulation isn't just about you. It's about everyone you interact with. Your ability to remain non-reactive transforms your relationships in ways that are difficult to overstate. This is where emotional mastery creates its most visible and valuable impact. Every relationship you have operates on patterns, predictable patterns of interaction that have been established over time. These patterns feel automatic because they are automatic. They're neural pathways that both people have strengthened through repetition. When person A does X, person B does Y. Person B's response triggers person C's response, round and round in unconscious loops. Most people are completely controlled by these patterns. They don't choose their responses. They execute their programmed role in the pattern. This is why you have the same argument with your partner repeatedly, why your relationship with your parent or sibling feels stuck, why certain colleagues always trigger you the same way. You're both trapped in automatic patterns that neither of you chose consciously, but both of you perform perfectly. When you develop non-reactivity, you break the pattern. You stop executing your automatic response. And when you stop responding predictably, the entire dynamic must shift. The pattern can't continue without your participation. You become a pattern interrupter. This is immensely powerful. The relationship pattern map. Every significant relationship you have operates on multiple patterns. Some are positive, some are destructive. You need to see these patterns clearly before you can change them. This requires honest observation. Think about your relationship with your partner or a close family member. What are the predictable conflicts? What topics always lead to argument? What behaviors from them consistently trigger you? What do you do that consistently triggers them? These are your relationship patterns. Map them out. Be specific. When they do X, I feel Y and respond with Z. When I do A, they respond with B. Write this down. You're making the unconscious conscious. You can't change what you can't see. Let me give you an example. Pattern. Partner leaves dishes in the sink. You feel disrespected and annoyed. You make a passive-aggressive comment. Partner feels attacked and gets defensive. Partner explains why they didn't have time. You escalate with examples of other times they've done this. Partner shuts down or attacks back. Both of you end up angry. Issue doesn't get resolved. Pattern repeats next week. This pattern has been running for months or years. You both hate it. Neither of you knows how to stop it. Why? Because you're both reacting automatically. Neither of you is making conscious choices about your responses. You're both executing your programmed parts in the pattern. When you bring non-reactivity to this pattern, partner leaves dishes in the sink, you feel the annoyance rising. Old pattern would have you make the passive-aggressive comment. Instead, you stop. You breathe. You observe. I'm feeling annoyed. I'm telling myself they don't respect my time. I want to make a cutting comment. Then you proceed differently. You choose a response based on what you actually want to create rather than what you automatically feel like doing. Maybe you say nothing and just wash the dishes. Maybe you wait until you're calm and have a direct conversation about household responsibilities. Maybe you realize this isn't actually important enough to create conflict over. The specific response matters less than the fact that you're choosing consciously. You've broken the pattern. You didn't deliver your automatic response. The pattern can't proceed.
The relationship dynamic has space to shift. The relationship pattern map. Every significant relationship you have operates on multiple patterns. Some are positive, some are destructive. You need to see these patterns clearly before you can change them. This requires honest observation. Think about your relationship with your partner or a close family member. What are the predictable conflicts? What topics always lead to argument? What behaviors from them consistently trigger you? What do you do that consistently triggers them? These are your relationship patterns. Map them out. Be specific. When they do X, I feel Y and respond with Z. When I do A, they respond with B. Write this down. You're making the unconscious conscious. You can't change what you can't see. Let me give you an example. Pattern. Partner leaves dishes in the sink. You feel disrespected and annoyed. You make a passive-aggressive comment. Partner feels attacked and gets defensive. Partner explains why they didn't have time. You escalate with examples of other times they've done this. Partner shuts down or attacks back. Both of you end up angry. Issue doesn't get resolved. Pattern repeats next week. This pattern has been running for months or years. You both hate it. Neither of you knows how to stop it. Why? Because you're both reacting automatically. Neither of you is making conscious choices about your responses. You're both executing your programmed parts in the pattern. When you develop non-reactivity, you break the pattern. You stop executing your automatic response. And when you stop responding predictably, the entire dynamic must shift. The pattern can't continue without your participation. You become a pattern interrupter. This is immensely powerful. The de-escalation dynamic. Most relationship conflict operates on escalation. One person does something the other perceives negatively. That person responds with some level of negativity. The first person, feeling attacked, escalates. The second person matches the escalation. Back and forth, each response slightly more intense than the one before. This is the escalation spiral, and it destroys relationships. You can't control whether someone else escalates. You can completely control whether you match their escalation. When you remain non-reactive, you become a de-escalation force. You interrupt the spiral. You refuse to participate in the escalation even when every cell in your body wants to fight back. This is what it looks like in practice. Your partner is upset. They're speaking to you harshly. Their tone is aggressive. Everything in you wants to match that aggression, to defend yourself, to attack back. This is the normal escalation response. Instead, you remain calm. Not fake calm, real calm. You've regulated your nervous system. You respond to their content while refusing to match their intensity. I hear that you're upset. Help me understand what's really bothering you. This is profoundly difficult when someone is attacking you. Your amygdala is screaming to fight back. Your ego wants to defend. Your sense of fairness says if they're being aggressive, you have every right to be aggressive back. All of this is true. You do have the right. The question is whether exercising that right creates the outcome you actually want. When you stay calm while they're escalated, several things happen. First, you maintain access to your prefrontal cortex. You can think clearly. You can respond strategically rather than react emotionally. Second, you model the behavior you want from them. You're showing them what non-reactivity looks like. Third, you remove the fuel from the escalation spiral. They can't escalate further if you're not matching their intensity. Most people will de-escalate when they encounter genuine calm. Not always immediately. Sometimes they'll escalate further initially, testing whether your calm is real. But if you maintain it, they'll eventually come down. Because escalation requires a partner. When you refuse to play, the dynamic must shift. This doesn't mean you're a doormat. This doesn't mean you accept abusive behavior. You can maintain calm while also maintaining boundaries. I want to hear what you're saying, but I need you to speak to me respectfully. If you continue yelling, I'm going to leave the room and we can talk when we're both calm. You're not controlling their behavior. You're controlling yours. You're setting a clear boundary while remaining non-reactive. This is power. Real power.
Not the power of domination, the power of self-regulation. The listening transformation. Most people don't listen. They wait for their turn to talk while formulating their response. Or they listen for things to disagree with. Or they listen through the filter of their own assumptions and interpretations. This isn't real listening. This is preparing to react. Non-reactivity transforms your ability to listen. When you're not immediately reacting to what someone is saying, you can actually hear them. You can listen for what they're trying to communicate rather than just the words they're using. You can hear the emotion beneath the content. You can understand not just what they're saying, but why it matters to them. This kind of listening is incredibly rare. Most people have never experienced being truly heard. When you listen this way, it changes the entire dynamic of the relationship. People feel safe with you. They open up. They share more. They trust you because they sense that you're actually present with them rather than just waiting to respond. Here's how you practice this. When someone is talking to you, especially about something emotional, you commit to one thing. You will not formulate your response while they're still talking. You will listen completely until they're finished. Only then will you consider what to say.
This is harder than it sounds. Your mind will want to jump ahead, to plan your response, to find the flaw in their argument, to prepare your defense. Notice when this happens and bring yourself back to listening. Really listening. What are they trying to tell me? What matters to them about this? What are they feeling? When they finish, you pause. 2 seconds. You let what they said actually land. Then you respond. Not with your pre-planned response, with what actually feels true now that you fully heard them. This practice alone will transform your relationships. People will notice the difference. They won't necessarily be able to articulate what's different, but they'll feel it. You're present in a way most people aren't. You're actually hearing them rather than using their words as a springboard for your own agenda. The repair process. No matter how developed your non-reactivity becomes, you'll still occasionally react poorly in relationships. You'll say something harsh. You'll withdraw when you should engage. You'll let your stress leak out onto someone who doesn't deserve it. This is inevitable. You're human. The difference is what you do after you react poorly. Most people either justify their reaction or sweep it under the rug and hope it's forgotten. Neither approach repairs the damage. There's a better way, the repair process. Step 1. Notice that you reacted poorly. This might be in the moment, or it might be hours or days later. Whenever you realize it, you acknowledge it to yourself. I reacted poorly. I was triggered and I didn't regulate well. I caused harm. Step 2. Take responsibility, not just to yourself, to the person you affected. I want to apologize for how I spoke to you earlier. I was stressed and I took it out on you. That wasn't fair and I'm sorry. No justifications, no explanations about why you were stressed. Just clean ownership. Step 3. Make amends if appropriate. Is there something you can do to repair the damage? Maybe it's just the apology. Maybe it's a commitment to handle similar situations differently. Maybe it's asking what they need from you to rebuild trust. Step 4. Learn from it. What triggered you? What were you feeling? What need were you trying to meet through your reactive behavior? What could you have done differently? You're mining the failure for wisdom. Step 5. Implement the learning. Next time you encounter a similar situation, you try a different approach. You use what you learned. You demonstrate that your apology wasn't just words. You're actually changing your behavior. This repair process does something remarkable. It builds trust even through failure. When someone sees that you can acknowledge mistakes, take responsibility, and actually change, they trust you more, not less. They see that you're committed to growth, that you're not defensive, that the relationship matters more to you than being right.
Relationships aren't damaged by occasional poor reactions. They're damaged by the refusal to acknowledge and repair those reactions. When you master the repair process, your occasional failures become opportunities to deepen connection rather than create distance. The boundary clarity. Non-reactivity doesn't mean you have no boundaries. It means you maintain your boundaries from a place of calm clarity rather than emotional reactivity. This is the difference between a wall and a boundary. A wall is reactive. Someone does something you don't like, and you reactively shut them out. You give them the silent treatment. You withdraw all connection. You punish them with your absence. This is a reactive wall, and it damages relationships. A boundary is conscious. You clearly communicate what behavior is and isn't acceptable to you. You maintain that boundary calmly and consistently. You don't get emotional about it. It's just a clear line. This is non-reactive boundary setting, and it strengthens relationships. Let me show you the difference. Someone consistently interrupts you. Reactive response, you get visibly annoyed. You interrupt them back. You make passive-aggressive comments about how they never let you finish. You withdraw from conversations with them. This is a reactive wall. Non-reactive boundary. I've noticed you have a pattern of interrupting me. I need you to let me finish my thoughts before you respond. If you interrupt me, I'm going to stop talking and wait for you to finish, then I'll continue. This is important to me. You've set a clear boundary. You've communicated it directly. You've explained what you'll do if the boundary isn't respected, all from a place of calm. When the person interrupts you again, because they will, you don't get angry. You simply stop talking. You wait. When they finish, you say, I'm going to continue now, and you finish your thought. You're maintaining the boundary without reactivity. You're training them through consistent response, not emotional escalation. Over time, one of two things happens. Either they learn to respect the boundary and your relationship improves, or they don't and you have to make a decision about the relationship. But either way, you've maintained your self-respect and your emotional regulation. You haven't damaged yourself through reactivity. Clear boundaries maintained calmly are one of the most loving things you can do in a relationship. You're showing the other person exactly how to be in a relationship with you successfully. You're removing the guesswork. You're being clear about your needs and limits. This clarity actually creates safety. The emotional contagion factor. Emotions are contagious. When you're around someone who's anxious, you start to feel anxious. When you're around someone who's angry, you feel activated. When you're around someone who's calm, you start to feel calmer. This is emotional contagion, and it's mediated by mirror neurons in your brain. Your mirror neurons fire both when you perform an action and when you observe someone else performing that action. This is how you learn by observation, but it also means you unconsciously mimic the emotional states of people around you. Their nervous system state affects your nervous system state. When you develop strong emotional regulation, you reverse the typical direction of emotional contagion. Instead of catching other people's stress and reactivity, they catch your calm. Your regulated nervous system helps regulate theirs. This is called co-regulation, and it's one of the most powerful gifts you can give to your relationships. Think about the calmest person you know, the person who seems unshakable. Notice how you feel around them. You probably feel calmer yourself, more grounded, like you can take a breath. That's their regulation affecting your nervous system. They're creating a field of calm that you're benefiting from. You can become this person in your relationships. When you walk into a tense room and you're genuinely calm, the temperature of the room changes. When you remain regulated when someone else is upset, they begin to regulate. You're not trying to calm them down. You're not managing their emotions. You're simply maintaining your own regulation, and that regulation is contagious. This is particularly powerful with children. Children regulate through co-regulation with calm adults. When your child is having a meltdown and you remain calm, your calm helps them find their way back to calm. When you match their intensity, you make the problem worse. Your regulation is the anchor they need. The same is true with your partner, your colleagues, your friends. Your emotional state affects their emotional state. When you can consistently maintain regulation, even when people around you are reactive, you become a stabilizing force. You change the emotional climate of your relationships simply by managing your own state. The long game of relationship transformation. Transforming relationship patterns through non-reactivity isn't instant. You don't use the stop method once and suddenly have a perfect relationship. The patterns you're working with have been established for months or years. They have momentum. They're deeply wired in both people. When you start responding differently, the other person will initially try to pull you back into the old pattern. This isn't conscious manipulation. It's pattern preservation. The old pattern is familiar, even if it's painful. Your new response creates uncertainty. Their unconscious programming will try to get you to respond in the familiar way. They might escalate, testing whether your new calm is real. They might accuse you of not caring because you're not getting upset like you used to. They might increase the intensity of their triggering behavior. This is the extinction burst. When a pattern stops working, it often intensifies before it extinguishes. This is where most people give up. The other person escalates, and they think, this isn't working. They revert to old patterns. But this is exactly when you need to maintain your non-reactivity most consistently. You're teaching a new pattern. The old pattern is trying to reassert itself. If you stay consistent, the new pattern will establish.
It typically takes 30 to 60 days of consistent new responses before a relationship pattern significantly shifts. That's 30 to 60 days of you responding non-reactively, even when the other person is still playing their part in the old pattern. This requires patience and commitment. But when the shift happens, it's remarkable. The old arguments stop occurring. The triggers lose their power. The relationship finds a new equilibrium that's healthier for both people. And it started with you, with your commitment to non-reactivity, with your willingness to break the pattern even when the other person wasn't ready to. This is how you transform relationships, not by changing other people, by changing yourself, by refusing to participate in destructive patterns, by modeling the regulation and calm you want to experience in the relationship, by being the pattern interrupter who makes evolution possible.
Chapter 12. Leadership and Influence, the Multiplier Effect of Emotional Mastery. Leadership isn't a title. It's not a position. Leadership is influence, the ability to affect the thoughts, emotions, and actions of others in service of a shared goal. And nothing amplifies your leadership more than emotional mastery. Nothing. The leaders people actually follow, the ones who inspire genuine trust and commitment, are emotionally regulated. They don't fly off the handle. They don't panic in crisis. They don't make impulsive decisions driven by fear or anger. They maintain composure under pressure. This composure isn't just a nice quality. It's the foundation of leadership credibility. Think about the people you've actually wanted to follow in your life. The leaders who earned your respect and commitment. What did they have in common? Chances are they were unshakable. They remained calm when everyone else was losing their minds. They made clear decisions when everyone else was paralyzed by uncertainty. They modeled the behavior they expected from others. Now think about the reactive leaders you've encountered. The ones who exploded when stressed, who panicked when things went wrong, who blamed others when they were frustrated. Did you want to follow them? Did you trust them? Did you give them your discretionary effort? Probably not, because reactive leadership destroys trust. It creates uncertainty. It makes people feel unsafe. Your emotional regulation is the foundation of your leadership, whether you're leading a team, a family, an organization, or a movement. This chapter is about leveraging that foundation to create influence that matters. The emotional thermostat.
As a leader, you set the emotional temperature of your environment. When you walk into a room, you either raise the temperature or lower it. When you're stressed and reactive, everyone else gets more stressed and reactive. When you are calm and composed, everyone else calms down. You're the emotional thermostat. This isn't metaphorical, this is observable, measurable reality. Research on emotional contagion in teams shows that the leader's emotional state predicts team emotional state more than any other factor. Your stress becomes their stress. Your calm becomes their calm. You're broadcasting an emotional frequency, and everyone around you is tuning into it. This means your emotional regulation isn't just about you, it's about everyone you lead. When you lose your composure, you're not just having a bad moment. You're creating anxiety and stress in everyone who looks to you for stability. When you maintain composure under pressure, you're creating a sense of safety that allows your team to perform. Let me paint you a scenario. Your company is facing a major crisis. A key client is threatening to leave. Revenue is at risk. The team is panicking. They're looking to you. This moment will define whether they trust you as a leader. Option 1. You match their panic. You visibly stress. Your voice has an edge of fear. You start firing off reactive questions and directives. You blame people. You catastrophize about what this means for the company. What happens? The team panics more. Productivity drops. People start updating their resumes. The crisis gets worse. Option 2. You acknowledge the seriousness while maintaining calm. This is a significant challenge. Here's what we know. Here's what we don't know yet. Here's what we're going to do. Your voice is steady. Your breathing is calm. You're present and focused. What happens? The team calms down. They follow your lead. They focus on solving the problem instead of panicking about it. You've created space for effective action. Same situation, radically different outcomes based solely on your emotional state. This is the power of being the emotional thermostat. You set the temperature, everyone else adjusts to it. Decision-making under pressure. Leadership is fundamentally about making decisions, often under pressure with incomplete information. Your ability to make quality decisions in these conditions is directly determined by your emotional state. When you're regulated, you access your full cognitive capacity. When you're reactive, your decision-making is compromised. Remember the neuroscience. When your amygdala is activated, blood flow to your prefrontal cortex decreases. You literally cannot think as clearly when you're stressed. You default to binary thinking, fight or flight, attack or defend. You lose access to nuance, creativity, and strategic thinking. Leaders who make terrible decisions aren't usually stupid. They're stressed. They're making decisions from a reactive state. They're letting their amygdala drive when they need their prefrontal cortex in control. The decision that seems obvious when you're triggered looks completely different when you're calm. This is why pausing before major decisions is critical. Not because you're indecisive, because you're ensuring you're making the decision from a regulated state. When you feel the urgency to decide immediately, that's often your amygdala talking. This is a threat. Decide now. Do something. This urgency is almost always a trap. Effective leaders ask themselves one question before major decisions. Am I in a state to make this decision well? If the answer is no, if you're angry or anxious or overwhelmed, you delay if possible. You regulate first. Then you decide. The decision will be better. The outcomes will be better. Your leadership will be stronger. Obviously, some decisions can't wait. Crisis situations demand immediate action. This is where your training matters. If you've built strong emotional regulation capacity, you can access calm even under severe pressure. You can make emergency decisions from a relatively regulated state because you've trained that capability. But most decisions that feel urgent aren't actually urgent. They feel urgent because you're stressed. The stress creates false urgency. When you can recognize this, you can create space. This feels urgent, but is it actually? Can I take an hour to regulate before I decide? Can I sleep on it? Usually the answer is yes. That space allows for better decisions. The feedback loop. Leaders must give feedback. critical feedback, developmental feedback, performance feedback. How you deliver that feedback determines whether it creates growth or creates defensiveness. Your emotional state during feedback delivery is everything. When you're frustrated with someone's performance and you give feedback from that frustrated state, the person doesn't hear the content, they hear the frustration, they get defensive. They explain or justify rather than absorb and improve. Your reactive delivery has sabotaged your leadership message. When you give the same feedback from a calm, regulated state, the dynamic is completely different. The person can actually hear you. They're not defending against your emotion, they're processing your content. They're more likely to acknowledge the issue and commit to improvement. Here's the practice. Never give significant feedback when you're triggered. If someone does something that frustrates you, note it. Commit to addressing it. But wait until you're regulated. Do your breathing practice. Get some perspective. Clarify what you actually want to communicate. Then have the conversation. The conversation itself becomes an opportunity to model emotional regulation. You're discussing a performance issue, the person might get defensive. Your old reactive pattern would be to get more critical, to escalate. Instead, you stay calm. I'm not attacking you, I'm addressing a specific issue that needs to improve. Help me understand what's getting in the way of you doing this well. You're maintaining composure while holding accountability. This is advanced leadership. You're not being nice, you're not avoiding the difficult conversation. You're having it from a place of regulation rather than reaction. The person feels the difference. They might not like the feedback, but they respect the delivery. The conflict navigation. Teams have conflict, always. Conflict about priorities, about resources, about decisions, about interpersonal dynamics. How you, as the leader, navigate conflict determines whether it's destructive or productive. Your emotional regulation is the key variable. When conflict arises in your team and you react emotionally, you amplify the conflict. You take sides. You make it personal. You let your own triggers drive your response. The conflict escalates. Trust erodes. Team performance suffers. When you remain regulated during team conflict, you can facilitate resolution. You can hear all perspectives. You can find solutions that work. You transform conflict from threat to opportunity. This is what it looks like practically. Two of your team members are in conflict. Both come to you separately with their version of the situation. Each version is different. Each person is convinced they're right and the other person is wrong. This is normal. People in conflict are each in their own reactive narrative. Reactive leader response. You believe whoever spoke to you first, or whoever you like more. You take sides. You tell the other person they're wrong. You create winners and losers. The conflict goes underground and gets worse. Regulated leader response. You listen to both without judgment. You recognize that both people are experiencing their truth. You bring them together, you facilitate a conversation where each person shares their perspective and the other person demonstrates they've heard it. You help them find common ground. You guide them toward a solution they both can accept. You can only do the second option if you're regulated. If you get pulled into their emotional reactivity, you become part of the problem. When you stay regulated, you become part of the solution. Your calm creates space for them to regulate and engage productively.
The vision casting. Leaders articulate vision, where we're going, why it matters, what becomes possible if we succeed. Your ability to cast compelling vision is enhanced by emotional mastery in a way most people don't realize. When you're grounded and regulated, you think bigger. You access possibility thinking. You imagine futures that your reactive brain would dismiss as unrealistic. Your prefrontal cortex, fully online, can engage in abstract reasoning and long-term planning. This is where vision comes from. When you're stressed and reactive, your vision narrows. You think in terms of threats to avoid rather than possibilities to pursue. You focus on problems rather than opportunities. You lead from fear rather than inspiration. Your reactive state limits your capacity to envision an inspiring future. This is why the most visionary leaders are often the calmest leaders.
Not because calm people are naturally more visionary, because calm allows the cognitive capacity for vision. When you've mastered your emotional state, you can think beyond immediate pressures. You can hold a long-term perspective while managing short-term challenges. The practice here is simple but powerful. Before you articulate vision, regulate. Get into your most resourceful state. Do your breathing practice. Access the perspective that allows big thinking. Then articulate what you see. The vision that emerges from a regulated state will be more compelling, more creative, more inspiring than the vision that emerges from reactivity. The modeling principle. The most powerful teaching tool you have as a leader is modeling. People don't primarily learn from what you say, they learn from what you do, especially what you do under pressure. When things are easy, anyone can appear composed. When things are hard, your true character shows. Your team is watching. When you model emotional regulation under pressure, you're teaching your team that regulation is possible, that it's valuable, that it's what effective leaders do. You're giving them permission to regulate themselves. You're showing them what it looks like. When you fail to regulate under pressure, you're teaching them that reactivity is normal, that stress justifies poor behavior, that leaders are allowed to lose composure when things get hard. This teaching is destructive, even if your words say something different. Your leadership is your life lived in front of others. Every interaction is a teaching moment. Every stressful situation is an opportunity to model regulation or an opportunity to model reactivity. You choose which you're modeling through your behavior, not your intentions. This means your emotional regulation practice isn't separate from your leadership development. It is your leadership development. Every time you successfully regulate yourself, you're becoming a better leader. Every time you react poorly, you're undermining your leadership. The connection is direct and undeniable. The multiplication effect. Here's the beautiful truth about leadership and emotional regulation. The impact multiplies. When you regulate yourself, you help the people around you regulate. When they regulate, they help the people around them regulate. Your regulation ripples out far beyond your direct interactions. You stay calm in crisis, your direct reports see this and calm down. They interact with their teams with more composure. Those teams perform better and experience less stress. The people on those teams go home less stressed and treat their families better. Your regulation has affected people who've never met you. This multiplication effect means your emotional mastery isn't just about you. It's not even just about your immediate relationships. It's about the broader ecosystem you influence. Every person you lead is influenced by your emotional state. Every person they interact with is secondarily influenced. The ripples extend far beyond what you can see. This is profound responsibility and profound opportunity. You have the ability to create waves of calm in a stressed world, to model regulation in environments of reactivity, to show that leadership isn't about having all the answers or never being stressed. It's about maintaining your center so you can help others find theirs. Master your emotions, and you don't just transform your life. You transform your leadership. You transform your team. You transform everyone your influence touches. This is the multiplier effect of emotional mastery. This is why it matters so much.
Chapter 13. Personal Operating System. Designing your custom regulation framework. Everything I've taught you so far is universal. These principles and techniques work for everyone because they're based on how the human brain and nervous system function. But here's what most people miss. The specific application needs to be customized to you. Your triggers, your patterns, your life, your nervous system. You need to build your own personal operating system, a customized framework for emotional regulation that fits your specific reality.
Not a generic system you're trying to force yourself into. A system designed around who you are, how you're wired, and the specific challenges you face. This chapter is about becoming the architect of your own emotional regulation system, about taking everything you've learned and configuring it specifically for your life. This is where mastery becomes sustainable, when the system is yours, built by you, for you. The trigger inventory. You can't regulate what you don't anticipate. The first step in building your personal operating system is creating a comprehensive trigger inventory. You need to know with precision what triggers you, not a vague sense that certain things bother you, specific knowledge of your exact trigger points. Spend a week tracking every time you feel a significant emotional reaction. Doesn't matter how you respond to it, just notice it. Write it down. What was the situation? Who was involved? What specifically triggered you? What emotion did you feel? How intense was it? 1 to 10. By the end of the week, you'll have a list. This list is gold. These are your specific vulnerabilities, your emotional pressure points, the situations where your regulation is most likely to fail. Most people go their whole lives never documenting this clearly. You're going to know yourself better than 99% of people. Now analyze the list. Look for patterns. Are there common themes? Maybe you're consistently triggered by criticism, or by feeling controlled, or by uncertainty, or by perceived disrespect, or by being interrupted. These themes are your primary trigger categories. For each category, get more specific. If criticism triggers you, what kind of criticism? From whom? In what context? Criticism from your boss in front of others might be a 10-level trigger. Criticism from a peer in private might be a 3. This granularity matters because your regulation strategy should match the trigger intensity. Create a trigger map. At the top level, your primary trigger categories. Under each category, specific situations organized by intensity. This map becomes your early warning system. When you encounter these situations, you know in advance that regulation will be required. You're not surprised. You're prepared. The recovery profile. Just as important as knowing your triggers is knowing what helps you recover, what actually calms your nervous system, what restores your baseline, what helps you shift from activated to regulated. This is your recovery profile, and it's highly individual. Some people recover through movement. A run or intense workout metabolizes their stress hormones and calms them down. Some people recover through stillness. Meditation or quiet time alone resets their system. Some people recover through connection. Talking with a trusted friend or spending time with loved ones soothe them. Some people recover through nature. Being outside, preferably in green space, brings them back to center. You need to know what works for you, not what works for other people, not what should work in theory, what actually works for you in practice. This requires experimentation and honest observation. Test different recovery strategies. After you're triggered, try going for a run. Notice how you feel afterward. Did it help? How much? Next time, try meditation. How did that compare? Try calling a friend. Try going outside. Try taking a bath. Try listening to music. Try working on a hobby. You're gathering data about your nervous system. Some recovery strategies will clearly work better for you than others. For me, intense exercise is the fastest way to shift my state. 20 minutes of hard physical activity and my nervous system completely resets. For my wife, that would make things worse. She needs stillness and quiet. Same goal, completely different strategies. Build your recovery menu, a list of the strategies that actually work for your nervous system, organized by how much time they require. You need options for different situations. a 5-minute recovery strategy for when you're at work, a 30-minute strategy for when you get home, a 2-hour recovery strategy for weekend recovery. Different tools for different contexts. When you're triggered, you don't have to figure out what might help. You consult your menu. You pick the strategy that fits the time available and the intensity of activation you're experiencing. You're working from knowledge rather than guessing. The energy architecture. Your regulation capacity isn't constant throughout the day. It varies based on your energy level, your stress load, your sleep quality, your blood sugar, your hormone levels. You have times when regulation is easy and times when it's incredibly difficult. You need to design your life around this reality. Track your energy and regulation capacity for a week. Every 2 hours, rate them both on a scale of 1 to 10. How much energy do I have right now? How easy would it be to regulate myself if triggered right now? You're mapping your daily energy architecture. Most people discover predictable patterns. Energy and regulation capacity are highest in the morning. They decline through the day. There's often a dip after lunch. Energy might rise again in late afternoon before dropping in the evening. Your pattern might be different, but there will be a pattern. Once you know your pattern, you design around it. Schedule your most challenging activities during your peak regulation times. If you know you have difficult conversations or high-stress tasks, put them in the morning when your capacity is highest. Protect your low-capacity times. Don't schedule difficult things when you know your regulation will be compromised. This seems obvious, but most people do the opposite. They put off difficult things until the end of the day. They have challenging conversations when they're already exhausted. They're trying to regulate when they have the least capacity to do so. They're setting themselves up to fail. Design your day around your energy architecture. Peak capacity times get your most important and difficult tasks. Medium capacity times get moderate challenge. Low capacity times get routine tasks that don't require much regulation. You're matching task difficulty to regulation capacity. You also build in recovery time. If you have a high-stress event in the morning, you schedule recovery time afterward. You don't stack high-stress activities back to back. You're giving your nervous system time to return to baseline between challenges. You're managing your regulation capacity like a finite resource, which it is. The preloading protocol. You don't wait until you're triggered to start regulating. You preload regulation before situations where you know you'll be challenged. This is preparation as prevention. You're setting yourself up for success by optimizing your state before the situation even begins. Look at your trigger inventory. You know the situations that consistently challenge you. For each of these situations, you design a preloading protocol, a specific routine you do before the situation to optimize your regulation capacity. Let's say you have a weekly meeting with a colleague who frequently triggers you. Instead of walking into that meeting in whatever state you happen to be in, you prepare. 30 minutes before the meeting, you do your preloading protocol. Maybe that's 10 minutes of meditation to regulate your baseline, 5 minutes of box breathing to optimize your nervous system, 5 minutes of mental rehearsal, visualizing yourself staying calm during the meeting, 5 minutes reviewing your preloaded responses. You're priming your system for regulation. You walk into that meeting in a fundamentally different state than if you'd just shown up. Your nervous system is pre-regulated. Your mental rehearsal has activated the neural pathways you want to use. Your preloaded responses are readily accessible. You've tilted the odds massively in your favor. Create preloading protocols for your predictable high-stress situations. The weekly meeting, the conversation with your parent, the Sunday night anxiety about the work week, the morning routine before a big presentation. Each situation gets a customized protocol based on what works for you and how much time you have. The protocol doesn't have to be long. Even 5 minutes of intentional preparation makes a massive difference. You're shifting from reactive to proactive, from hoping you handle it well to ensuring you give yourself the best possible chance to handle it well. The contingency planning.
Despite all your preparation, you will sometimes lose your regulation. You will react poorly. You will say or do things you regret. This isn't failure. This is being human. The question is what you do when it happens. Build
contingency planning. Despite all your preparation, you will sometimes lose your regulation. You will react poorly. You will say or do things you regret. This isn't failure. This is being human. The question is what you do when it happens. Build contingency plans for when your regulation fails. These are your recovery protocols, your damage control procedures, your plan for getting back on track after you've gone off track. First, the immediate response when you notice you've reacted poorly. The moment you realize you've lost your composure, you stop. You don't continue the destructive behavior. You don't dig deeper. You stop immediately. You might say, I need a minute, and remove yourself from the situation. You might just stop talking mid-sentence. The point is to interrupt the reactive pattern as soon as you notice it. Second, the short-term recovery. Within the next hour, you do something to regulate your nervous system. One of your recovery strategies from your menu. You don't ruminate about how badly you handled it. You don't shame yourself. You regulate. You return to baseline. Only then do you think about next steps. Third, the repair protocol. Once you're regulated, you consider whether repair is needed. Did you damage a relationship? If yes, you implement the repair process from Chapter 11. Clean acknowledgement, genuine apology, commitment to do better, no justifications, just ownership and repair. Fourth, the learning extraction. What triggered you? What were you feeling? What need were you trying to meet through your reactive behavior? What could you have done differently? What does this tell you about yourself? You're mining the failure for data that will help you regulate better next time. Fifth, the adjustment. You update your system based on what you learned. Maybe you need to add this to your trigger inventory. Maybe you need to adjust your preloading protocol. Maybe you need to practice a specific skill more. You're using the failure to refine your system. When you have a clear contingency plan, failure becomes less scary. You know what to do when you mess up. You have a system for recovery. This confidence actually makes you less likely to fail because you're not afraid of failure. You know you can handle it. The weekly review. Your personal operating system isn't static. It evolves as you learn and grow. You need a regular process for reviewing and updating it. I recommend the weekly review. Every week, same time, you spend 30 minutes examining your emotional regulation. What triggered you this week? How did you handle it? What worked? What didn't? Were there new triggers you hadn't identified before? Did your usual recovery strategies work, or do you need to add new ones? Did you use your preloading protocols? Were they effective? Did you have any failures that need repair or learning extraction? You're not judging yourself. You're gathering data. You're treating yourself as a system that can be studied and optimized. This weekly review keeps your operating system current and effective. You're continuously refining based on real-world feedback. During the review, you also look ahead. What challenges are coming next week? Based on your calendar and your knowledge of your triggers, when are you likely to be challenged? How can you prepare? What preloading protocols do you need to schedule? Are there conversations you need to have? Repairs you need to make? You end the review by setting one specific intention for the coming week. Not 10 things, one thing. Maybe it's using your preloading protocol before every meeting with a specific person. Maybe it's implementing one recovery strategy daily. Maybe it's catching yourself earlier when a specific trigger hits. One focused intention that will move your practice forward. This weekly review practice creates continuous improvement. Each week you're slightly more aware, slightly more prepared, slightly more skilled. Over time, these small improvements compound into mastery, but only if you're consistently reviewing and adjusting. The system that worked last month might need modification this month. The weekly review ensures your system stays relevant.
The integration challenge. The most sophisticated personal operating system in the world is worthless if you don't actually use it. Integration is the challenge. Taking all these components and making them part of your daily life, rather than just concepts you understand. This is where most people fail. You build the system, you understand it intellectually,
Then you go back to living reactively because you haven't actually integrated the practices into your life. Understanding isn't doing. Planning isn't practicing. You need integration strategies that make the system automatic. First strategy, environmental design. Change your environment to support your practices. Put reminders in places where you'll see them. Set alarms on your phone for your daily practices. Create visual cues that trigger the behaviors you want. Make the right thing easier than the wrong thing. If you want to do a morning meditation, put your meditation cushion where you'll trip over it when you get out of bed. If you want to do breathing exercises before difficult meetings, set a calendar reminder 30 minutes before meetings with your trigger person. If you want to track your triggers, keep a small notebook in your pocket. Environmental design removes the need for willpower. The environment prompts the behavior. Second strategy, habit stacking. Attach new practices to existing habits. You already brush your teeth every morning. After you brush your teeth, you do 3 minutes of breathing practice. The existing habit becomes the trigger for the new habit. You don't have to remember. The sequence becomes automatic. You already have a morning coffee. While the coffee brews, you do your trigger inventory review from yesterday. You already commute home from work. During that commute, you do your recovery practice for the day. You're weaving the practices into existing routines rather than trying to create entirely new routines. Third strategy, accountability structures. Tell someone what you're doing. Ask them to check in with you weekly about your practice. Knowing someone is going to ask creates motivation to follow through. Or join a community of people working on similar practices. The social accountability and support makes integration easier. Fourth strategy, progress tracking. Create a simple way to track your practice. A check mark for each day you do your morning regulation practice. A count of how many times you successfully used stop this week. A rating of your overall regulation quality for the week. Progress tracking creates motivation and shows you evidence that you're improving. The integration challenge is real. Most people never overcome it. They understand emotional regulation intellectually, but never integrate it behaviorally. Don't be most people. Use these strategies. Make your system so integrated into your life that following it is easier than not following it. Make it automatic. The personal operating system in action. Let me show you what a fully integrated personal operating system looks like in real life. This is a composite example based on people I've worked with who've achieved genuine mastery. Morning. Wake up at the same time every day. Before checking phone or email, 5 minutes of meditation, 3 minutes of box breathing, 2 minutes reviewing intentions for the day and identifying likely trigger situations. Check calendar for the day. If there are high-stress events, schedule preloading protocols 30 minutes before each one. Throughout the day, phone alarm goes off every 2 hours. Quick check-in, what's my energy level? What's my regulation capacity? Am I holding tension anywhere? Take 3 conscious breaths. This 2-minute practice keeps them connected to their state all day rather than operating unconsciously. Before challenging situations, execute preloading protocol. 10 minutes of preparation that might include breathing, visualization, review of preloaded responses, or whatever their recovery profile indicates works best for them. During triggering situations, trigger hits, they notice it immediately because they've been tracking their state, they implement stop, they choose a conscious response from their preloaded options, they maintain regulation through the situation. Not perfectly, but consciously. After triggering situations, if they lost regulation or reacted poorly, they implement their contingency plan. Immediate stop, recovery practice within the hour, repair if necessary, learning extraction, system adjustment if needed. Evening, 30-minute wind-down routine. No screens for the last hour before bed. Recovery practice from their menu, usually something calming like gentle stretching or reading. Brief gratitude practice. Review of the day. What went well? What was challenging? One thing learned. Consistent bedtime. Weekly. 30-minute weekly review on Sunday afternoon. Review of triggers, responses, successes, and failures from the week. Planning for challenges coming next week. One specific intention for the coming week. Updates to their trigger inventory or recovery menu based on new learning.
This is mastery, not perfection, a systematic, customized, integrated approach to emotional regulation. They're not white-knuckling through life trying to control their emotions through willpower. They have a system. The system works because it's designed specifically for them and it's integrated into their daily life. Building your system starting now. You don't wait until you have the perfect system to start. You start with a minimal viable system and refine it through practice. Today, right now, you can create version 1 of your personal operating system. Version 1 is simple. 1 daily practice, 1 recovery strategy, 1 trigger identified, 1 preloaded response. That's it. You pick the morning breathing practice. You identify that criticism from your boss triggers you. Your preloaded response is, "Thank you for the feedback. Let me think about that and get back to you." Your recovery strategy is a 20-minute walk. You implement version 1 for a week. You learn from it. You adjust. Version 2 adds 1 more element. Maybe you add the evening wind-down routine, or you add a second trigger to your inventory, or you add a second recovery strategy to your menu. You're building incrementally based on real-world feedback. By week 4, you have a functioning system. It's not complete. It's not sophisticated, but it's yours. It's working. It's integrated into your life. From there, you continue to refine. Add complexity where it's needed. Keep it simple where simple works. Continuously adapt based on what you're learning about yourself. This is how you build a personal operating system that actually works, not by trying to implement everything at once, by starting simple, by being consistent, by refining based on evidence, by building a system that fits you instead of trying to fit yourself into someone else's system. 6 months from now, you'll have a comprehensive, customized, battle-tested emotional regulation system. It'll be as natural as breathing. It won't feel like effort because it's integrated into your life. It'll just be how you operate. This is mastery. This is what becomes possible when you become the architect of your own regulation system.
Chapter 14. Advanced High-Stakes Applications. Elite-Level Performance. There's a level beyond everyday emotional mastery. A level where you're not just regulating yourself in normal situations. You're maintaining peak performance under extreme pressure. Life or death situations. Career-defining moments. Circumstances where the stakes are maximum and the margin for error is 0. This chapter is about elite-level application. How operators in the highest pressure situations on Earth maintain composure and performance when everything is on the line. Military special operations, emergency medicine, crisis negotiation, elite athletics. These domains have spent decades refining what works when failure isn't an option. The principles are the same as everything you've learned. The application is far more demanding. The precision required is far higher. The consequences of failure are far more severe. This is advanced material, not because the concepts are complex, because the execution under extreme conditions requires a level of mastery most people will never develop. The arousal performance curve. Your performance under stress follows a predictable pattern called the Yerkes-Dodson curve. When arousal is too low, performance is poor. You're not engaged. You're not focused. As arousal increases, performance improves. You're alert. You're activated. Your system is ready. But there's an optimal point. Peak arousal for peak performance. Beyond that point, more arousal degrades performance. You're too activated. Your fine motor control deteriorates. Your decision-making suffers. Your field of vision narrows. Eventually, if arousal continues to increase, performance collapses entirely. You freeze or panic. Elite performers understand this curve intimately. They know their optimal arousal zone. They know when they're under-aroused and need to activate. They know when they're over-aroused and need to calm down. They have techniques to move themselves toward optimal in either direction. For most people, the problem is over-arousal. They get too activated under pressure. Their stress response overshoots what's optimal for performance. Their heart rate spikes to 160 when optimal performance happens at 120 to 140. They need down-regulation techniques. The primary down-regulation technique is tactical breathing. This isn't the extended exhale breathing you learned earlier. This is a specific protocol used by Special Operations Forces to maintain composure in combat. Box breathing. 4-count inhale, 4-count hold, 4-count exhale, 4-count hold. Repeat. The 4-count pattern is specific. Research shows it optimizes the balance between sympathetic and parasympathetic activation. You're maintaining enough activation to perform while preventing the over-arousal that degrades performance. Your heart rate comes down from the spike but stays in the performance zone. Navy SEALs use this technique before entering buildings in combat. Surgeons use it before complex procedures. Negotiators use it before high-stakes conversations. It works because it directly affects your physiology. Your heart rate variability increases, your nervous system finds the optimal zone. You're activated but controlled. Practice tactical breathing until it's automatic, not just when you're stressed. Daily, multiple times daily. You're building the neural pathway so deeply that when extreme stress hits, the technique is available. You don't have to think about it. Your fingers go to your pulse, you notice your heart rate is too high, you breathe. 4 in, hold 4, 4 out, hold 4, repeat until you're in the zone. The compartmentalization skill. Elite performers in high-stakes situations develop sophisticated compartmentalization abilities. They can experience intense emotion and simultaneously maintain performance. The emotion doesn't disappear. It gets temporarily contained so it doesn't interfere with the task at hand. A medic is treating a critically injured patient. The patient is someone they know and care about. They feel fear for this person's life, grief at seeing them injured, anger at whoever caused the injury. All of these emotions are present, but the medic doesn't let them drive behavior. The emotions go into a box. The box gets sealed. The medic performs the necessary medical procedures with full competence. After the patient is stable, the box opens, the emotions process, but not during the critical performance window. This isn't emotional suppression in the unhealthy sense. This is strategic emotional management. The emotions aren't denied, they're postponed. Not now. This task requires my full attention. I'll feel this later, when there's time and space for it. This is an agreement you make with yourself. I will feel this. I will process this. Just not right now. The key is keeping the commitment to yourself. If you keep putting emotions in the box and never opening it, you develop all the problems of chronic suppression. But if you compartmentalize during performance and then actually process during recovery, this is healthy and adaptive. You're managing when emotions get felt, not whether they get felt. Practice this skill in low-stakes situations first. You're upset about something personal. You have an important work task to complete. You consciously decide, I'm putting this upset in a box until this task is complete. Then I'll take it out and feel it fully. You complete the task, then you honor the commitment. You take out the upset and process it. With practice, you develop the ability to compartmentalize during increasingly challenging situations. The emotion is stronger. The stakes are higher. The duration is longer. But the skill is the same. Box the emotion, perform the task, open the box, process the emotion. This is how elite performers maintain function even when experiencing intense emotions. The negative visualization. This technique seems counterintuitive. You deliberately imagine the worst-case scenario in vivid detail. You mentally rehearse failure. You visualize everything going wrong. This is negative visualization, and it's one of the most powerful preparation tools for high-stakes situations. Why does this work? Because when you've already imagined the worst case, the actual situation seems less overwhelming. You've already been there mentally. Your amygdala has already processed the threat. When the real situation arrives, it's not shocking, it's familiar. You've reduced the novelty and therefore the stress response. Stoic philosophers used this technique 2,000 years ago. Modern military and intelligence operators use it now. Before a mission, you visualize everything that could go wrong. The plan falling apart, getting injured, failing the objective. You visualize it vividly. You feel the emotions that arise. Then you imagine yourself adapting, handling it, finding a way forward even in the worst case. This does two things. First, it reduces the shock value of things going wrong. Second, it preloads adaptive responses. You've already mentally practiced handling the worst case. If it happens, you have mental rehearsal to draw on. You're not improvising. You're executing a plan you've already practiced mentally. Use negative visualization before high-stakes situations, not instead of positive visualization. In addition to it, you visualize success. You also visualize failure and recovery. You imagine the best case. You also imagine the worst case and how you'll handle it. You're preparing for the full range of possibilities. The night before an important presentation, you don't just visualize it going perfectly. You visualize the technology failing. You visualize forgetting your points. You visualize hostile questions. You visualize yourself adapting to each scenario calmly. When something actually goes wrong during the real presentation, you're not thrown. You've already been there. You adapt. The mission-focused protocol. Elite operators have a particular relationship with outcomes. They care deeply about success. They also completely release attachment to outcomes during performance. They focus entirely on execution, on the process, on the next action, not on whether it will work, just on doing it with full commitment. This is mission focus, total absorption in the task at hand, without mental energy spent on outcome anxiety. You're not thinking about whether you'll succeed. You're not worrying about consequences. You're completely present with what needs to be done right now, this moment, this action. This level of focus is protective against emotional overwhelm. When you're completely absorbed in execution, there's no mental bandwidth for anxiety about outcomes. Your entire system is engaged with the task. The usual narratives your mind creates about success and failure go quiet. There's just the mission, the task, the action. This level of focus requires practice. You can't just decide to have it in high-stakes situations. You build it through deliberate practice in training situations. You set clear objectives. You focus entirely on execution. You notice when your mind drifts to outcome concerns, and you bring it back to execution. What's the next action? What does this moment require? You're training your attention to stay on process. Athletes in flow states are experiencing mission focus, total absorption in the game. No thought about winning or losing, just complete presence with each moment of play. This is accessible to anyone through training. You're not waiting for it to happen spontaneously. You're systematically building the skill of complete present moment focus. During high-stakes performance, you activate mission focus deliberately. You notice outcome anxiety arising. Am I going to succeed? What if I fail? You recognize this as distraction from mission. You redirect. What's my next action? What does this moment require? You're pulling your attention back to execution again and again. This becomes your primary focus discipline.
The after-action review. Elite units conduct after-action reviews following every mission. Regardless of success or failure, they systematically review what happened, what worked, what didn't, what was learned, what needs to change. This disciplined reflection is how they continuously improve performance under pressure. You need the same practice for high-stakes situations. After every significant performance, you conduct a personal after-action review. Not immediately, you need recovery time first, but within 24 hours, you systematically examine the experience. The review follows a structured format. First, what was the objective? What were you trying to accomplish? Second, what actually happened? Factual description without judgment. Third, what went well? What did you do effectively? What should you replicate? Fourth, what went poorly? What would you do differently? What do you need to practice or develop? Fifth, and this is critical, what did you learn about yourself? Not just about the situation, about yourself. How did you respond under pressure? What were your triggers? What helped you regulate? What threw you off? You're gathering data about your own performance under stress. The after-action review creates a learning loop. Each high-stakes situation teaches you something. That learning informs your preparation for the next one. You're continuously refining your capabilities based on real-world feedback. Over time, this compounds into elite-level mastery. Most people don't do this. They have a high-stakes experience. If it went well, they feel good and move on. If it went poorly, they either avoid thinking about it or they ruminate unproductively. Neither approach extracts the learning. The after-action review transforms every experience, good or bad, into training. The stress inoculation ladder. You don't develop elite performance capabilities by attempting elite performance. You develop them through progressive stress exposure. You start with manageable challenges and gradually increase the difficulty. This is stress inoculation applied systematically to build high-stakes performance capacity. Create a ladder of increasing challenge for whatever domain you're developing mastery in. Each rung represents a higher level of pressure, stakes, or complexity. You don't skip rungs. You master each level before moving to the next. This progressive overload builds genuine capability rather than false confidence. Let's say you're developing public speaking mastery. Bottom rung, speaking to a small group of supportive friends. Next rung, speaking to a larger group of acquaintances. Next rung, speaking to strangers. Next rung, speaking on a topic with some controversy. Next rung, speaking with Q&A where you might face difficult questions. Next rung, speaking in a competitive situation where you're being evaluated. Each rung increases the stress and stakes. You practice at each level until you can maintain regulation consistently at that level. Only then do you move up. You're building capacity progressively. By the time you reach the highest rungs, you have extensive experience performing under gradually increasing pressure. The highest stakes situation isn't completely novel. It's just one step beyond where you've already proven you can perform. This progressive approach prevents the overwhelm that happens when people attempt high-stakes performance without adequate preparation. They jump to the top of the ladder. They failed because they haven't built the capacity. They conclude they can't handle pressure. This is false. They can't handle that level of pressure yet. They skip the training rungs. Build your stress inoculation ladder for your specific high-stakes domain. Be honest about where you currently are on the ladder. Design training experiences at each rung. Work your way up systematically. This is how elite performers are developed, not through sink-or-swim approaches, through progressive, deliberate skill building under gradually increasing pressure. The team synchronization. Many high-stakes situations involve teams. Your individual mastery matters, but elite team performance requires something additional, the ability to synchronize your regulation state with your team, to co-regulate under pressure, to maintain collective composure even when individuals are struggling. Elite teams develop shared regulation practices. Before high-pressure situations, they regulate together. This might be a synchronized breathing protocol, a shared mindfulness practice, a team huddle with specific structure. The practice itself matters less than the fact that they're doing it together. They're aligning their nervous systems. During performance, elite teams have implicit agreements about supporting each other's regulation. When one person starts to lose composure, others compensate. They might increase their own calm to help regulate their teammate. They might verbally cue the person back to center. Breathe. Focus. We've got this. They're not pretending the stress doesn't exist. They're collectively managing it. This team regulation capacity is built through training together under stress. The team faces challenges together. They practice maintaining collective composure. They develop trust that others will maintain regulation even when they're struggling. This trust allows individual team members to take more risks because they know the team won't fall apart if one person has a difficult moment. If you operate in team environments,
Build shared regulation practices with your team. Don't just assume everyone will maintain composure individually. Create team protocols. Practice collective regulation. Develop the agreements and trust that allow team synchronization under pressure. This multiplies your collective capacity far beyond the sum of individual capabilities. The recovery imperative. Elite performers don't just train hard, they recover hard. They understand that recovery isn't weakness, it's a critical component of sustainable high performance. Without adequate recovery, your capacity to perform under pressure degrades. Your regulation becomes brittle. Your performance declines. After high-stakes performances, especially failed or extremely stressful ones, you need structured recovery. This isn't optional. This is imperative. Your nervous system has been maximally activated. Your stress hormones are elevated. Your resources are depleted. Jumping immediately into the next challenge without recovery guarantees degraded performance. Elite military units build mandatory recovery periods into operational cycles. After high-intensity missions, there are stand-down periods. This isn't because they're soft. It's because they've learned that sustainable elite performance requires recovery. You can sprint at maximum for a period. Then you must recover or performance collapses. Your recovery protocol after high-stakes performances should be more intensive than your daily recovery practices. Maybe it's a full day away from demands. Maybe it's a specific recovery activity like massage, sauna, or time in nature. Maybe it's extended time with loved ones who help you co-regulate. The specific strategy matters less than the commitment to actually recover. Track your recovery. Don't just hope you're recovered. Know you're recovered. Monitor your sleep quality, your resting heart rate, your heart rate variability, your subjective sense of energy and regulation capacity. When these return to baseline or better, you're recovered. Until then, you're not ready for the next high-stakes challenge. The compound elite development. Elite-level capability under extreme pressure isn't achieved quickly. It's built over years of progressive challenge, disciplined practice, systematic learning, and adequate recovery. Each high-stakes experience builds on all previous experiences. The capability compounds. You're not comparing yourself to elite performers who have a decade of experience. You're comparing yourself to who you were last month. Are you handling higher-stakes situations than you could handle before? Are you maintaining regulation under greater pressure? Are you recovering faster? This is progress. This is the path to elite capability. Stay on the path. Keep building. Each challenge is training for the next one. Each failure is learning for the next attempt. Each success is evidence that higher challenges are possible. You're building systematic capability to perform under the highest stakes you'll ever face. When you need it, when everything is on the line, when failure isn't an option, the training will be there. Not because you hoped it would be, because you built it systematically over months and years of progressive challenge. This is how elite performers are made, and this is the path to mastery at the highest levels.
Chapter 15. The Compound Effect. Your Transformed Life. 6 months from now, if you implement what you've learned in this book, you won't recognize yourself. Not because you'll be a different person, because you'll be fully yourself for the first time. No longer a prisoner of automatic reactions. No longer controlled by emotions you didn't choose. No longer at the mercy of whatever triggers life throws at you. Let me paint you a picture of what that looks like. What becomes possible when emotional mastery becomes your default operating system? This isn't fantasy. This is the documented reality of people who walked this path before you. This is what's waiting for you on the other side of consistent practice. The relationship transformation. Your relationships will fundamentally change. Not because other people change, though they often do, because you're no longer bringing reactivity into your interactions.
You're no longer creating the conflicts that used to be your pattern. You're no longer escalating when others escalate. You're becoming the calm that helps others find their calm. Your partner notices first. The arguments that used to derail your evenings stop happening. Not because you're avoiding difficult conversations, because you're having them from a regulated state. You're addressing issues directly without defensiveness. You're listening completely without formulating attacks. The relationship dynamic shifts from adversarial to collaborative. They test it at first. They do the thing that used to trigger you. You don't react. They do it again. You still don't react. Eventually, they stop doing it because it no longer serves any purpose. The old pattern required both of you. When you stopped participating, it died. A new pattern emerged, one based on mutual regulation rather than mutual reactivity. Your children, if you have them, are different around you. Calmer, less anxious, more secure. They're not walking on eggshells anymore. They're not bracing for your reactions. They're learning from your modeling that emotions can be felt without being acted on destructively. You're giving them a gift that will affect their entire lives. The gift of emotional regulation modeled by a parent who has mastered it. Your friendships deepen. People confide in you more. They seek your perspective. They feel safe with you because you don't react with judgment or advice. You listen. You're present. You hold space for them without trying to fix them. This quality of presence is rare. People recognize it, even if they can't name it. They gravitate toward it. Professional relationships transform. Colleagues trust you with sensitive information. They want you in high-stakes meetings because you don't add stress to already stressful situations. They see you as leadership material because you demonstrate composure under pressure. Opportunities come to you that wouldn't have come to the reactive version of yourself. Your relationship with yourself transforms most profoundly. You like yourself more. You trust yourself. You don't lie awake replaying arguments and wishing you'd handled them differently. You don't carry shame about your reactions. You're not perfect, but you're conscious. You're intentional. You're becoming who you actually want to be instead of being controlled by automatic patterns you never chose. The health transformation. The health benefits of emotional mastery are dramatic and measurable. Chronic stress is one of the most destructive forces affecting human health. It contributes to heart disease, diabetes, autoimmune conditions, digestive disorders, chronic pain, depression, anxiety, and accelerated aging. When you master emotional regulation, you're dramatically reducing your chronic stress load. Your baseline cortisol levels drop. Studies show that people who practice regular meditation and emotional regulation have significantly lower cortisol levels than matched controls. Lower cortisol means less inflammation. Less inflammation means less risk of virtually every chronic disease. Your sleep improves. You fall asleep faster. You sleep deeper. You wake feeling restored rather than already exhausted. This happens because you're not carrying the day's stress into your sleep. You're not ruminating at 3 a.m. You've processed the emotions. You've regulated your system. Sleep becomes actual recovery rather than restless semi-consciousness. Your blood pressure normalizes. Chronic activation of your stress response keeps blood pressure elevated. When you regulate consistently, your nervous system spends more time in parasympathetic mode. Your vessels relax. Your heart doesn't have to work as hard. Your cardiovascular system experiences less wear and tear. Your immune system functions better. Chronic stress suppresses immune function. When stress is regulated, your immune system can operate optimally. You get sick less frequently. When you do get sick, you recover faster. Your body has resources available for immune function instead of constantly mobilizing for perceived threats. Your digestion improves. Your gut is incredibly sensitive to your nervous system state. When you're chronically stressed, digestion suffers. When you're regulated, your parasympathetic system supports optimal digestion. Bloating decreases. Elimination normalizes. Your gut-brain axis functions as designed. You age slower. This isn't hyperbole. Studies on telomeres, the protective caps on chromosomes that shorten with age, show that chronic stress accelerates telomere shortening. Meditation and stress reduction slow it. You're literally slowing your biological aging through emotional regulation. Your energy increases. When you're not spending enormous resources on chronic stress responses and emotional reactivity, that energy is available for other things, for creativity,
for connection, for pursuits that matter to you. You stop feeling constantly exhausted by life because you're not constantly fighting with life. The career transformation. Emotional mastery accelerates career advancement in ways that are difficult to overstate. The ability to remain composed under pressure, to handle criticism without defensiveness, to navigate conflict constructively, to make clear decisions in ambiguous situations. These are the competencies that determine who advances and who plateaus. You become the person others want to work with. Projects run smoother when you're involved because you don't create interpersonal drama. Teams perform better under your leadership because you create psychological safety. Clients and stakeholders trust you because you're consistent and unflappable. You handle feedback completely differently. When someone criticizes your work, you don't get defensive. You get curious. You ask clarifying questions. You extract the useful information. You thank them for the input. This openness to feedback accelerates your learning curve dramatically. You improve faster than peers who can't handle criticism. You navigate office politics without getting mired in it. You see the games people play without playing them yourself. You maintain relationships across factions without belonging to any faction. You focus on the work while others focus on drama. This makes you valuable to leadership who are tired of managing interpersonal conflicts. You perform in high-pressure situations. Presentations, negotiations, crisis meetings. These are the situations where careers are made or broken. You excel exactly in these situations because you've trained your regulation capacity specifically for high pressure. While others are panicking, you're thinking clearly and acting effectively. You lead differently. If you manage people, your emotional mastery completely changes your leadership effectiveness. You don't react to every problem with stress. You create calm that allows your team to problem solve effectively. You give feedback that actually improves performance rather than creating defensiveness. You build trust through consistency and composure. Opportunities come to you, not because you're political, but because you've demonstrated the competencies that matter for higher level roles. You can handle pressure. You can navigate complexity. You can make decisions without complete information. You can maintain composure when others can't. These are the capabilities organizations desperately need and rarely find. Your earning potential increases, whether through advancement, new opportunities, or the confidence to negotiate effectively. Emotional mastery typically translates into financial benefit, not because money is the goal, but because competence is valued and compensated. The inner peace reality. The transformation people value most isn't external. It's internal. It's the peace that comes from no longer being at war with yourself, no longer being controlled by reactions you don't want, no longer carrying shame and regret about how you've handled situations. You stop dreading difficult situations. You used to avoid hard conversations, challenging people, uncertain outcomes, not because you didn't care, because you didn't trust yourself to handle them well. Now you know you can. You've proven it to yourself hundreds of times. The situations haven't gotten easier. You've become more capable. You experience emotions more fully. This seems paradoxical, but it's true. When you're not afraid of emotions, when you're not trying to suppress or avoid them, you can actually feel them completely. Sadness can be felt fully because you're not afraid it will destroy you. Anger can be acknowledged because you know you won't act destructively from it. Joy can be experienced without the fear that it will be taken away. You stop ruminating. The endless mental replays of arguments and difficult situations largely disappear. Not because you're suppressing them, but because you're processing them in the moment. You're addressing situations directly instead of avoiding and then obsessing. Your mind is available for presence instead of constantly churning through the past and future. You make peace with imperfection. You stop beating yourself up for every mistake. You handle failures with self-compassion instead of self-flagellation. You understand that growth involves failure, that mastery is a path, not a destination, that being human means sometimes falling short of your own standards. You develop deep self-trust. You know that you'll handle whatever comes, not because nothing difficult will happen, but because you've built the capacity to navigate difficulty without falling apart. You trust yourself to regulate your emotions, to make reasonable decisions, to repair when you mess up, to keep commitments to yourself. This confidence is quiet. It doesn't need to announce itself. It just is.
You find purpose in challenges. Instead of seeing difficult situations as problems to avoid, you see them as opportunities to practice and demonstrate mastery. Each challenge is training. Each difficulty is a chance to prove to yourself again that you're capable. Life doesn't become easier, you become stronger. The ripple effect. Your transformation doesn't stop with you. It ripples outward in ways you can't fully track, but you can certainly see. The people around you are affected by who you're becoming. Your calm creates space for their calm. Your regulation helps them regulate. Your modeling shows them what's possible. Your children are learning emotional regulation from you. They're developing capabilities most adults never develop because you're showing them what it looks like. They're learning that emotions don't control behavior, that triggers can be paused before responding, that difficult feelings can be felt without being destructive. This gift will affect not just their lives, but the lives of their future children. Your mastery is creating a multi-generational impact. Your partner is developing their own regulation capacity by being in relationship with you. They're learning through co-regulation. They're seeing that different responses are possible. They're benefiting from the dynamic you've created where escalation doesn't happen automatically. They might not practice formally like you do, but they're changing through proximity to your practice. Your colleagues are performing better because you're creating a calmer, safer environment. The meetings you're in are more productive. The projects you lead run smoother. The team culture is healthier. You're not trying to change anyone. You're simply maintaining your own regulation, and that has an impact on everyone around you. Your friends have a model of what's possible. They see you handling situations they've seen you handle poorly in the past. They notice you're different. Some will ask what changed. You'll tell them. Some will be inspired to develop their own practice. Your transformation becomes permission for their transformation. Strangers are affected. The person you didn't yell at in traffic has a better day because you didn't add stress to their life. The cashier who made a mistake experiences your patience instead of your frustration. These micro-interactions seem small. They're not. You're adding calm to the world instead of adding stress. This matters. The effect compounds. The people you affect go on to affect others. Your calm helps someone regulate. They take that calmer state into their next interaction. That person benefits. Who they interact with benefits. The ripple extends far beyond what you can see. You're creating waves of calm in a world that desperately needs more calm. The path forward. This transformation isn't achieved through reading. It's achieved through practice. Daily, consistent, unglamorous practice. The techniques you've learned in this book work. Not because I said so, because they're based on neuroscience and proven through millions of practitioners. But they only work if you work them. Starting tomorrow, you have a choice. You can go back to reactive living. You can continue being controlled by automatic patterns. You can keep having the same conflicts, carrying the same stress, experiencing the same regrets. This is the default path. This is where you'll end up if you don't actively choose differently. Or you can commit to the practice. You can implement your personal operating system. You can practice stop when you're triggered. You can do your daily meditation. You can maintain your baseline practices. You can conduct your weekly reviews. You can continuously refine your system based on what you're learning. This path is harder in the short term. Practice requires effort. Change is uncomfortable. You'll fail repeatedly before you succeed consistently. You'll doubt whether it's working. You'll be tempted to quit. This is normal. This is the path everyone walks who achieves mastery. But 6 months from now, a year from now, 5 years from now, you'll look back at the decision you made today. If you committed to the practice, you'll be grateful beyond measure. You'll be living a fundamentally different life. Not because your external circumstances changed dramatically, because you changed. Because you developed the capacity to remain centered regardless of what life brings. If you didn't commit to the practice, you'll be exactly where you are now. Having the same reactions, creating the same problems, wishing you were different, while doing nothing to become different. This is the painful reality. Understanding without practice changes nothing. The final truth. I'm going to tell you something most people won't. This practice will not make your life easier.
It will make your life better. Those aren't the same thing. You'll still face difficult situations, painful losses, unjust treatment, heartbreak, failure, uncertainty. The practice doesn't eliminate these experiences. Life brings what life brings. What changes is your relationship to these experiences. What changes is your capacity to face them without falling apart. What changes is your ability to maintain your center while everything around you is chaos. This is better than easier. Easier would be a life with no challenges. That life doesn't exist. Better is a life where you're capable of handling whatever challenges arise, where you're not controlled by your reactions, where you're intentional about who you are and how you show up. You have everything you need. You have the knowledge, you have the techniques, you have the framework for building your personal operating system. What you do with this is entirely up to you. No one can do this for you. No one can force you to practice. No one can make you commit. But if you commit, if you practice consistently, if you build this mastery one day at a time, you will transform your life. Not might, will. This is not motivational rhetoric. This is documented reality. Thousands of people have walked this path before you. Everyone who commits and practices experiences transformation. Everyone. The question isn't whether it works. The question is whether you'll do it. Whether you'll show up for yourself day after day. Whether you'll practice when you don't feel like it. Whether you'll keep going when you fail. Whether you'll commit to becoming the person you know you can be instead of staying the person you've been. Right now, in this moment, you stand at a crossroads. One path leads to the life you've always lived. The same patterns, the same reactions, the same results. The other path leads to mastery, to transformation, to becoming someone who is truly free from emotional reactivity. Choose, and then commit to the choice completely. Not with perfection, with consistency. Not with intensity, with persistence. Not with dramatic gestures, with daily practice. Your transformed life is waiting. It's not somewhere in the distant future. It's 6 months of consistent practice away. It's being built one breath at a time, one pause at a time, one conscious response at a time, one day of practice at a time. Everything you need is in your hands. The only question left is what you'll do with it. Start now, not tomorrow, not next week, now. Take 3 conscious breaths, notice what you're feeling, choose one practice to implement today. Build from there. Your transformation begins the moment you stop reading and start practicing. Begin.